Let me bring the July 24th meeting of the Cambria Community Services District to order. And would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I see that we have a quorum. I don't think we had a closed session, so there would be no report. Do we have the Sheriff's Department, a representative from the Sheriff's Department that would like to speak? Not seeing anyone. We will, if we get somebody, we'll bring them, we'll interrupt a bit. We have some acknowledgments and presentations. We're going to, Mr. Gruber, are you going to be turning over the that to the chief, the first one, item 3A?
Yes, President Berenger. This would be receive, report, and finalize advanced life support, ALS, contract between the County of San Luis Obispo and Cambria Community Services District. If Chief Miller could come up and just give a brief presentation on this and then turn it over to our esteemed guests from the county who have joined us today, that would be great, Chief, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. We are extremely proud to announce that after a considerable amount of work that dates back clear to the original Citizens Committee, I believe, well, even beyond that, but the Citizens Committee in 2006 started the momentum, and then that morphed into a point where the fire department received a grant for ALS services, paramedic level services within the fire department. It was all done in an effort to consolidate and combine efforts between the community health care district and the fire department to add a better quality of service to the community of Cambria, the residents here, and the visitors. And as of June 26th of 2014, the Cambria Fire Department has officially received that designation. And that becomes something that was a lot of effort. We have a lot of allies here today. Steve Lieberman and his staff is in the back of the room here. They're with San Luis Obispo County EMSA. They worked with us diligently to put together protocol, policy, a lot of different hoops that we had to jump through to try to solidify ourselves as a legitimate agency that was delivering that level of service. So many thanks to their agency and the efforts that they put forth to make this happen. And also, there was a considerable amount of effort that came from the Cambria Community Health Care District. In the beginning, it was not received favorably because it was, I think there was an idea that maybe there was a competing element involved, and that was overcome. And it's a cooperative effort between the two agencies, and hopefully we take it to the next level. In 2009, the Cambria Fire Department received a grant for about $350,000 that we were able to train up 4 paramedics and to purchase advanced life support equipment, including a heart monitor, defibrillator unit. We're moving forward. Currently, we have 9 paramedics on staff and 2 more that are just about ready to complete training. This upgrade in service will ensure that we have a paramedic on duty 24/7 to be able to respond here to anything that happens, which is definitely a benefit to the community, because a lot of the transports by the healthcare district take the paramedics out of the area during the transport. And actually, the very first day, the first hour that we initiated it on the 26th, there were 3 calls back to back, and we were able to utilize that, and it was an advanced life support type of call, and we were able to use our paramedic, and paid off immediately. So we're really happy to announce that. Steve, I don't know if Steve wanted to have anything to say.
You certainly could. Steve, would you like to end?
Good afternoon, Mr. President, board members. Steve Lieberman with San Luis Obispo County Public Health. I'm the Emergency Medical Services Director for the county, and I'm just grateful that the community came out to listen to me speak today. Thank you. We've really enjoyed the relationship with Chief Miller and Captain Hollingsworth, and we are proud and standing by to help Cambria, both the healthcare district and the fire department, with paramedic services to the community. It did take a while. It's a lengthy process. My agency exists because of state law. We're in charge of planning, implementing, and evaluating the EMS system in the county. But I'm grateful to the commitment, and I think we've put together a great system of policies and a program, and we appreciate the support of the fire department and the CSD. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from
No,
any members of the board, or?
thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
Do you have anything, Director Reyes? No.
Just a slightly related question. I know that at one point, the fire department had special masks and things for animals, if there was an animal that needed to have a respirator or whatever. And do we still have that equipment?
Yes.
Does it need to be funded or replaced, or
We-
what's going on with that?
We received that through a grant, I believe it was from HART, and we have the ability to deliver oxygen to pets, and typically that scenario would accompany a house fire or something like that. If we find a pet that's overcome with smoke inhalation, and we're able to deliver oxygen.
Thank you for
So-
working so hard to get this accomplished.
Yeah,
We
it's been
really-
it's definitely something that we're proud of, and I think the community can be proud of it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We can move on to item 3B. We have a report from the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. Is Ms. Butler available? Yeah. Joellen, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Barringer and Board of Directors. I'm here with some really great news today. The Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve recently received a generous bequest of almost $3 million. We were stunned. And it's from the estate of a former part-time Cambria resident, Barbara J. Harutunian, who most of us didn't even know. Final distribution of the bequest has not been done, and so we don't know the final amount, but it'll probably be still under $3 million, which is a lot. The majority of the bequest, 85%, is in permanently restricted endowments at this point. That means that it can only be used for specific purposes to support FFRP and its programs and services for the ranch. The endowments are with the San Luis Community Foundation and the Santa Barbara Foundation. After the funds have been invested for a year, annual interest will be accessible for use towards projects on the ranch and other FFRP needs, or it may be turned over to help build the endowment to a larger endowment. When we first bought the ranch, we were told it would take a $1 million endowment to protect the ranch in perpetuity. And with the economy having gone the way it's gone, that $1 million just wouldn't do it anymore. And so it's important to keep building this because it's going to take more and more each year. The remainder of the bequest was set aside to create a savings account for several years of operations and planning, such as implementation of the recent forest management plan. Since Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve is a nonprofit, we still have many plans and projects that need continuing fundraising since the majority of this bequest is committed. Ms. Haratunian lived near the ranch, and she enjoyed walking the trails through the forest and along the coastal bluffs. According to people who did know her, she was a real lover of nature and all of nature's creatures. She was a very quiet and very, very private woman, but a very loyal woman in terms of her friends and the causes she supported. She divided her estate into 4 parts, and we got a quarter of it. The other 3 organizations were all animal rights and animal protection organizations. The bequest was a huge surprise. We knew she loved to walk the different trails and enjoy the ranch with her German Shepherd, Oliver, but we didn't know that this great gift was coming our way. A memorial bench to honor Barbara has been placed on the ridge top near her former home on Huntington and along the trail she used to walk with her German Shepherd. It offers a lovely panoramic view of the ranch and ocean. A bronze plaque will be placed on the bench soon. In addition, I want to let you know that the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve Monterey Pine Forest Assessment and Maintenance and Monitoring Plan has been completed. Gertrude and Leonard Fairbanks Foundation generously provided funding of $30,000 to us to create this study. The report was done by James Allen and Associates of Santa Cruz, and the completed report was delivered on June 27th. The project was presented to the public at a meeting on April 7th, and a copy of the report was submitted to all the interested agencies here in town for review and for comments, and those comments were incorporated into the final document. The projected budget for the assessment was $30,465. $30,000 was from the foundation, with $456 payable by FFRP. The total cost turned out to be $49,316, but that was offset by an in-kind donation from James Allen. We are still committed to raising $10,000 as a match for foundation funding. We're planning a test project in the forest, and we'll use this project as a basis for our fundraising. The highest priority in implementation section is to identify and hire a professional forest manager. Because this is such a qualified job, a professional forester is not likely to be able to be hired from this area and would be very expensive. So CAL FIRE has talked to us about filling in until we are able to hire a forest manager. I have a list of the assessment goals and assessment objectives here. I won't read them all there. They go on. We will be posting the report on our website. We received 3 hard copies of the report, and we also received funding from one of our supporters to print another 3 copies so that we can have a copy of it in the library. We'll be able to give a copy to the ranch manager for CCSD and to the forest committee, and have 2 copies still in the office. We're in a 501c3 organization that works for the protection and restoration of more than 430 acres that make up the preserve. It is our goal and our dream to provide for the care of the ranch in perpetuity. And with this bequest, we hope we can do it. Thank you.
All right.
Does anybody have any questions?
I have a comment.
Ms. Robinette?
Thank you.
Director.
Thank you very much, Joellen. First of all, for the presentation. And I don't have questions at this time, but I just wanted to reflect briefly on how fortunate we, as Cambrians, all of us are, to have what people do know and do refer to as the jewel of the Central Coast. And this endowment that you received It will just further enhance the work that you continue to do with your leadership. There are so many volunteers here in Cambria in this audience that like to be involved because it's just a joyful experience. When anyone goes on just a peaceful walk on that ranch, it just stays the same. It still has the same, for me anyway, it still has that calming and yet energizing impact every time I'm there. And so much of it is what you started in the beginning, to actually have us, again, as a community, come together, and this shows what we can do when we come together to buy the ranch, and then to have this donation that you have now just ensures that it will remain intact in perpetuity, as you said. So I just say thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much, and I understand that someone that should be standing next to you is Elise Bell, and I understand she's getting a little bit better.
She is getting better.
Great, and
Yeah.
hopefully we get to see her soon.
Yeah.
Thank you for your report.
Okay, thanks.
And Joellen, I just want to thank you and your board for all the good work that you do on the ranch, but do you want to put a plug in for your kitchen tour this week?
Kitchen
And then
tour.
also make mention of your new office?
Oh, yes, we have a new office space at 604 Main Street at the back of the courtyard at Sandy's Deli, and it's a wonderful office space. I've been really enjoying working there. We don't have regular hours yet, but I'm normally there between about 10 and 3 or 4. And then our kitchen tour is coming up on Saturday. We have about 25 tickets left if anybody would like to purchase one. They're at Matter of Taste, Chamber of Commerce, our office, or you can buy them online and we'll hold them at will call. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to gender review, and I'd like to poll the board to see if it would be advisable, since most of the slips that I have for public comment are on item 8A. I would suggest that we move item 8, all the hearings and appeals, to become the next item, complete all 3 of those, 8A, B, and C, and then move on to public comment and managers' reports, et cetera. Would that be acceptable to the board?
I just have a question. Have we checked the PO box today before the meetings to see if there's anything in our PO box?
May I address that?
Yeah.
Yes, it was picked up at 11 a.m. in the post office, and it was verified that all mail was placed in our P.O. box. The drop box in the parking lot and next to the office. Notices were placed on them this morning in advising the public that protests dropped off after 12 o'clock today will need to go to the Veterans Hall and can be turned in until the close of the public meeting. Staff also picked up both boxes, and I assume we're referring to the mailbox that we have in our parking lot, and then the mailbox at the post office at 12 o'clock. So we wanted to make sure that everybody had full opportunity to be able to protest and be a part of the process. So I hope that answered your question.
Okay, that said, can we now,
Do you need a motion? or
well,
you
I don't
just
need a
do-
motion, but if it's a consent of the board, we will do that.
Fine.
Okay, so we'll now move on to 8A, which is a public hearing in accordance with the requirements of Proposition 218. Are you, Mr. Gruber, would you introduce that, or should I?
You can, or I can have District Council
That would be
Hirsch
good.
go
Let's
ahead.
have District Council do it.
Let's have
He's-
David. David's been biting at the bit to do this one since he got here, so
Okay.
if he doesn't mind.
Just briefly, this is the long-anticipated public hearing in accordance with Proposition 218 on the proposed increase in water rates to provide an emergency water supply surcharge to fund the emergency water supply project. At this public hearing, protests can be received until the close of the public hearing, after which they will be tabulated by the protest official, who's sitting in the back room there and is the city clerk of the city of San Luis Obispo. We have a presentation that will be from Bartles Wells Associates to give an overview of the increase. So perhaps with that, I should turn it over to Tracy or to Alex Handler, who's here to make the presentation representing Bartle Wells Associates.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, Alex Handler from Bartle Wells is the one that did the analysis relating to the Prop 218 and the rate increases for the emergency water supply. So, Alex, thank you. Thank you for coming down today.
Thank you, Alex.
Great, thank you, members of the board, staff, public. We kind of have a quick summary presentation. I'm going to try to move it pretty quickly. It seems to have, there we are, we're back online. Just going to give a quick background on kind of the financial situation of the water and sewer utilities, get into a little more description of the emergency water supply project, and talk about the charges that are needed to fund that project if it's the board's decision to move ahead. Background, obviously this is a community-owned and governed public agency. I know this board is responsive to the community. I've been to a number of meetings that have a tremendous amount of public participation, which is impressive. I go to some agencies, there's 2 people in the crowd, so you've got a lot of involvement here, which is great. Your water and sewer utilities are supposed to be self-supporting. Over the years, your rates have not kept up with the cost of service. So from my perspective, what's happened is those minimal rate increases over 20 years have gradually starved the water and sewer utilities of funding needed not only for operations, but for reinvesting in aging and deteriorating infrastructure. So you're kind of starting a little behind the 8 ball from my perspective. Again, this is just background. This chart here, the blue line at the bottom shows a 20-year history of your water rates. So they have gone up a little bit over the years, but most years they've been pretty flat. Had those rates gone up 3% or 5% per year, like many utilities have needed to escalate rates over time, they'd be a lot higher. Same story on the sewer side. It's almost the same graph. You know, some rate increases, but pretty minimal in the big picture, far less than 3% and far less than 5%. Now, the reason I put 5% in there is water and wastewater utilities are not subject to the same buying pressures as a typical urban consumer. People often think of CPI being, 3% long term. But for water, wastewater utilities and other types of, power, the data has shown that inflation's been closer to 4 to 5% long term. So you're facing ongoing budget deficits. There hasn't been adequate funding for system rehab, replacement, repair. You've got a lot of old facilities that need investment. That's not what the charges tonight are for. I know there's some critical infrastructure needs that have been deferred over the years, and these are things that the district is going to need to address in the not-too-distant future. At the same time, this community has done a tremendous job getting its water use down. You started with very low water use over the years. This has been a chronic issue, the water supply. But some of the measures that have been put in place and some of the public outreach that have been done to the community have really generated a tremendous response. So your water sales are lower. That's been great for many customers who now may pay lower water bills since they're buying fewer units, but it hasn't been great for district finances because you're getting less revenues because of that. So really at the end of the day, you're going to need some rate increases to keep the water and sewer utilities financially stable. But the reason we're here today is not for that. It has to do with your emergency water supply. There's an immediate threat to the community's water supply. Part of it's due to the chronic, many years of overpumping, limited groundwater aquifers. That's been exacerbated by an extreme drought that's hit California and hit all around the Central Coast as well. A little background on that. This district's reliant on groundwater from 2 local creek aquifers. These aquifers get replenished in the rainy season. In the dry season, there's no more replenishment. The water gets pumped out. It seems like a number of years, too much water is getting pumped out, and there's been a chronic threat of seawater intrusion. But on top of that, we talked about the extreme drought has really reduced the amount of water that's going into those aquifers. So you're facing the potential, my understanding is, of running out of water at some point in the not-too-distant future. There's also the threat of permanent degradation and damage to your groundwater aquifers. If too much is pumped out, some aquifers can, I guess, collapse and lose their ability to maintain water in the future. I'm not the engineering expert here. I'm on the financial side. And I know the district's been working for many years evaluating options, trying to figure out what the best solution is. But really the bottom line, this community's water supply is at risk, partly due to the long-term overpumping, but really exacerbated by the extreme drought. And this chart here shows the U.S. Drought Monitor keeps track of drought situations. Here's their map of California from just a couple of weeks ago. They used to have the term extreme drought, which is the red area. They had to come up with something more significant than that for what's been happening these past few years, exceptional drought. Cambria is right in the heart of this whole exceptional drought that's been hitting a large swath of California. Many agencies have been severely impacted. Some agencies in other parts of the states are lucky. They've got a lot of groundwater supplies they can tap into. There's reservoirs. But here, you're really limited by those two groundwater aquifers from those two creeks that are really your only source of supply. I know there's been many years of study and evaluation, and what the solution has been determined to be the lowest cost solution that can best and most reliably meet the near-term and long-term supply is pursuit of a brackish groundwater desalination facility. Just to clarify, this is not ocean water desal, as some people think about. This is brackish water, pumping water from an existing district well site and land that's already been, I guess, potentially contaminated from seawater intrusion. I'm not 100% sure about all the details there. Project costs are significant, estimated at $8.8 million. Plus, whenever this facility is in operation, there are significant operating costs to treating the water. The bad news is the costs are high. The good news is they're a lot lower than the district initially thought. Originally, the cost estimates were in the $15 million range, and I know the district's been working diligently with the engineers on this project to try to scale back that project to make it a little more affordable for the community. So the costs are substantial, but they're significantly down from the initial estimates. And the other potential good news is the district for many years has been pursuing grant funding for this project. And good news is you are eligible to receive over $3 million in grants. Bad news is nothing's been finalized yet. Even though people are hopeful that this grant will be received, not $1 has been provided to the district yet. So the numbers we show today are assuming that there's no grant funding because we haven't seen a cent of it yet. So the charges that are being shown are the maximum proposed charges that would need to be in effect, assuming no grant funding, no district cash contributions to the project. So what is the purpose of this charge? Again, it's nothing to do with the district's long-term infrastructure needs or operations. This is strictly for operating, maintaining, and paying debt service on the emergency water supply project. The board wanted to separate this issue from the other district issues that we talked about because they wanted the community to have a chance to weigh in individually on this issue because of its significance. These charges that we're proposing today would be levied in addition to the district's regular ongoing charges for water service. And the general philosophy is that everyone's going to have to pay in for something. Low users would see less impact, and people who are putting more and higher demands on the system would have to shoulder a larger burden because they're the ones who are disproportionately driving the need for the project. I already mentioned some of the key assumptions. We're assuming the project's $8.8 million. In reality, we don't know what the final dollar is going to be until the project is formally bid out and constructed. We're assuming that the project is fully debt financed. There may be the opportunity for grant funding or potential other funding sources to help reduce what needs to be debt financed, but our numbers are assuming 100% debt financing, and we're assuming a reasonable level of operating costs based on the latest engineering estimates, including a small amount for maintaining this facility during periods of non-operation. There are a lot of unknowns, not only with project costs, but also with what future water sales are going to be here in the district. So we built in a little contingency of 20%. Is that going to be enough? We don't know. We hope it's more than adequate, but reality is going to take its own course. Again, we assume no grant funding. We assumed people would be cutting back water permanently, but during periods of operation, that people would cut back water a little bit more when faced with the serious threat to the water supply and faced with paying a little bit more, or in some cases significantly more, for their water when this facility is in operation. The way the charges come down the line, this is not a fixed fee that's everyone's going to have to pay a huge chunk. There are 3 components to the charges. 2 of the components are related to capital cost recovery, paying for the debt service that's needed to fund the facility. 35% of those debt service costs are going to be recovered from fixed meter charges that would be levied year-round in addition to the regular rate. So that recovers a little over a third of the costs. 65% of the debt service costs would be recovered from ongoing usage charges that are levied in addition to the regular rates. In addition to that, so those first 2 charges have to be paid year-round, regardless of when the facility is in use or not, just to pay for the facility's capital costs. When the facility is in operation, there would be additional rates charged to fund the operation of the brackish water desal facility. It's not an inexpensive project to operate, so those would be some additional costs that may be applied, for example, if the facility is operated 3 months a year during the late summer, early fall. That's when these charges would be imposed. Here's what the numbers we came up with. This is just in the financial side, what the math works out to be. The fixed charge that would be levied on all ratepayers year-round to recover 35% of the construction costs via debt service for a single-family home would be $13 every bi-monthly billing period. The district bills every 2 months. It works out to be about $6.50 a month. Larger meters would pay a bit more depending on their capacity, under the theory that larger meters put more demand on the system and therefore should pay a higher charge commensurate with that additional demand placed on the system. Again, these are the maximum rates shown. The second component is the year-round quantity charge that's recovering about 2/3 of the cost of debt service for the facility. The rates would be charged in 3 tiers. For the first 4 units, it'd be $1.50, escalating to $3, then $4.50, which nobody knows what a CCF, I mean, the district bills in 100 cubic feet. That's 748 gallons of water. So that's a tremendous amount of water is 1 unit. So I put it in per 100-gallon terms so people can understand a little better what this means. So these rates equal 20 cents per 100 gallons in the first tier, 40 cents and 60 cents. It's not insignificant because people do use a lot of water in their daily needs. The third charge is only levied during periods of operation, and those charges are very similar to what the charges were on the prior slide, but they are a little different. Just coincidentally, they worked out to be very similar. So this might only be charged a few months a year. We don't know yet what the operational needs will be in future years. So that would be $1.50, $3, and $5 in the top tier. Again, about 20 cents per 100 gallons for the first 4 units, then 40 cents, then 67 cents. And again, I emphasize these are the maximums, assuming no grant funding, no additional outside cash being put towards the project. The impacts are not insignificant. We all know that, and that's why I think a lot of people are here. Everyone wishes this was a project that would cost everyone $1 a month. I think it'd be a slam dunk. Everyone would be happy to pay it. But it's an expensive project. It's going to have a big impact on every member of your community. Even the low users are going to see some significant bill impacts. So we ran some analysis of what it would look like for if someone currently using 4 units or someone who used to use 4 units last year who's cut back to 3 units of use in response to the drought, they would see a monthly impact of $8.75 every month throughout the year. And during those periods of operation, it would be about $2.25. A high-use customer would obviously see a lot more. You don't have a lot of folks who are using a tremendous amount of water here in the district, but obviously the impacts increase. Same for commercial. These can be some pretty big impacts for some of your larger commercial customers. Let's face it, no one likes the notion of paying a lot, but that's the reality. That's what this costs. We try to come up with a fair way of allocating these costs so everyone's paying proportionally in based on the demands placed on the system. Again, less impact on the lower water users, more impact on the folks who are putting more demand on the system, particularly during peak periods, and really driving the need for the project. Everyone's got to pay something. The concluding comments: you went through the Prop 218 process. You've received protests. We don't know where that came out. But assuming if there's not a majority protest, you would have the authority to implement rates up to the maximum shown. You always can implement something less at a future date if the grant came through, et cetera, but you can never exceed that level unless you go back through the Prop 218 process. Our recommendation, to preserve your financial flexibility, particularly in light of the unknowns of the project cost and what future water sales are going to be, is to adopt the maximum shown in your ordinance, but only implement as needed in the future to cover the costs. If for some reason your water use was to spike, you didn't need to keep the rates at the same level. If you received grant funding, et cetera, you would reduce it down only to cover the costs that are needed to fund this project. We're hopeful that the rates can be lowered due to things like grants and project costs not exceeding. Again, our rates assume a 20% contingency, but hopefully you'll stay below that. I already mentioned this is going to have a big impact on customers. Customers here have already conserved about as much as I've seen anywhere in any agency that I've ever worked with, even some other agencies that were facing some pretty dire situations. But, you know, people who haven't really cut back to the bone can help mitigate if they can conserve anymore. I don't know if folks can. But that concludes what I wanted to cover here. So not a comfortable situation for everyone to be in, but these rates really reflect the cost of funding that emergency water supply. It's kind of it's a big impact, but it's a big decision for the community, what it wants to do with its water supply. I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Can I just reiterate one thing? As we know, we're going to be coming back for a rate increase for our normal rates. However, would your recommendation be that we address that in the I don't know, October, December timeframe, because we're actually forced to reduce it? Let's say we get a grant, and let's say we find that so we have to lower the rates because this Prop 218 process is just for this facility. So at the same time, if we introduced a new rate, we're lowering it on one side, raising it on the other, and then we have knowns. We know whether we got the grants. We know if we didn't, if we in fact did it at 8.8 million. You know, we could be shaving half of the cost off, and then offset it again by a new rate that's for the infrastructure. Would that be your recommendation?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, I don't know all the details of everything. There are a lot of unknowns, and to the extent that you can nail down some of those unknowns is definitely helpful. So I think it's definitely a good idea. That said, you do need rate increases on the other side, and the longer they're postponed, the longer it is till you start getting those revenues in place. But certainly better to get some of this big information known
Thank
before
you.
you roll out the next program.
Okay,
I have a question.
Okay, I have a question for him, sure. And then I'll open the public hearing.
I can-
Okay, let's, I'll open the public hearing then, thank you very much. And I have some speaker slips, and covering this item 8A, and just 8A, Mr. Gus Jones, followed by Christine Hendricks. Mr. Jones. Mr. Gus, yeah, here, okay. Thank you, Gus.
Thank you. Distinguished board and we the people. As elected officials, you have a fiduciary responsibility to uphold the trust that we the people placed in you when you were elected. A fiduciary responsibility is described as the legal duty to act solely in another party's interest. The fiduciary has a duty to avoid any conflict of interest for the parties they represent, and is the strictest duty of care recognized in the United States legal system. You were previously warned by the California Coastal Commission when you applied for the emergency permit process not to continue in the manner that you have taken. I quote from their letter, "We advised you to use the emergency permit process to implement a short-term and immediate solution rather than construct long-term major infrastructure that raises significant LCPs and Coastal Act policy concerns. You were derelict in your fiduciary responsibilities by ignoring this advice. Cambrians are now placed in a position of legal ramifications that could result in costly remediation. A temporary drought project at a cost of $1.5 million that would be up and running by July 1st is what was initially proposed to the Cambria community. And I found out this morning, or this afternoon, that you've allocated $2 million already on this project, and you could have had this original project at $1.5 million paid for. The temporary project was changed by the CSD in a permanent project with a cost of $8.8 million plus 20% contingency, as the gentleman just described, which could be even more. This was and still not a totally acceptable. You, the board of directors, and the CCSD are required to use your fiduciary duty in all decisions. The decision you are voting on today has such vast ramifications. It could leave us with no solution for emergency water and an enormous economic burden. We ask you, as your constituents, remember your constituents, to reconsider your decision to continue with this long-term project that you are now voting on today, as recommended by the Coastal Commission and various other government agencies, and I have several letters, 4 to be exact, from other agencies. And there's no way that you're going to get through all these loopholes, especially environmentally. You know that, I know that. This is all smoke and mirrors to get your rate increase now. We ask you to provide us with a less costly and immediate solution, as you promised in the beginning of our drought crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christine Hendricks is followed by Art Chapman. Christine Hendricks, followed by Art Chapman. Christine, if you're not available, Art Chapman will be followed by Lucia Capaccioni.
I am rising to applaud and thank the board for its resolve to work to complete this long overdue project and give our community a reliable, sustainable emergency water source. I saw the cost of the potential increases in rates to support this project. It's far less than what it's costing me right now to truck water in for to support my plants and irrigation. So it's going to be cost effective to me and for many other residents of the community. I would suggest to you, when you look at the rates, that you consider applying an automatic inflator to the ordinance so that we don't continue falling behind. And that inflator could be tied to the local CPI. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucia, followed by Greg Wilson. Could you pronounce that for me?
Capaccioni, Lucia.
Oh, thank you, Lucia.
I want to acknowledge that this is a very difficult situation. I've lived here for 21 years, and when I first moved here, I jumped into voluntary activities to save land. The Fiscalini Ranch Preserve Project was one of my pets. And I got onto a committee appointed by the board to investigate desal. And water's been a problem here for years and years, as we know. We talked to many consultants at that time, and I want to thank the consultant today for a very clear presentation. And we got a lot of the same kind of results. It's sort of like asking for a blank check. We don't know what this is really going to cost. And of course, we do know one thing. I found this out many years ago. Morro Bay purchased a desal plant, and they've never used it. It's too expensive to operate it. It's too expensive to maintain it when it's not being used. And I would hope that we would not make the same mistake. So I urge you to really listen to the first representative of the community who spoke here today, to really reconsider this. I think it's a big mistake. Thank you.
Mr. Greg Wilson, followed by Burton Gillen.
Board, I'd like to, again, I'd like to thank you guys for your service. You're serving our community at a critical time. You just happen to be the 5 well-meaning citizens of our community who are actually going to have to decide on such an issue for us, and I can't imagine 5 better, well-meaning community members to do that. You have my full support in solving this water crisis. It's your job to solve. We as community members are here to just advise you as to how it might impact us, but you're left with the authority to solve this crisis. With that said, it's obvious that you also lack the confidence of the community, and the actions of the board and the district during this crisis has not led to increasing of that confidence. The letter from the Coastal Commission should be a wake-up call that we need to get behind our project. We need to evaluate it. It speaks to systematic flaws in our design process as we rush to implementing some sort of solution. And so as we embark upon the largest project ever done by this district, I think that we should have some transparency in regards to potentially something like independent peer review. As we reviewed the project last week, which I thought was a very interesting presentation, it became obvious to me that there's nobody on the board or even in our community who could ask intelligent questions about the ability of this project to actually solve our problems, to actually be implementable as either a short-term or long-term solution. And so I'd like the board to encourage good design engineering review of this project by impaneling some sort of review panel of independent experts to evaluate our requirements of this project. Do they actually solve the problems that face our community? Do the engineering and technical designs that are being presented by a no-bid contract, do they actually solve and meet those requirements? And do the costs, are they the most reasonable alternatives for us to select? So I'd like to encourage you to impanel independent peer review and ask us that this design be, looked at by them, and that we can move forward and be successful. Because I think failure to implement some sort of peer review of this project will lead to not meeting our objectives. Obviously, it will lead to cost overruns, and it will ultimately lead to litigation. And those are 3 things we currently don't have. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Tina Dickinson, followed by Elizabeth Bettenhausen.
Good afternoon, Board. Tina Dickinson, Cambria. Someone left. I don't know what this is, but there's something here that I don't know who it belongs to. Okay. Okay. First of all, I would have to say that this meeting is totally premature, based on the fact that the majority of Cambrians are not aware of the comments that were made and presented to the board on Tuesday, July 22nd, or before that date. If they were aware of the comments from the regulatory agencies who spoke clearly and with great intelligence and expertise, I think they would think very differently about this project, as you should be thinking at this time. It is very difficult to justify a rate increase for what was initially proposed as a temporary source for immediate drought relief to be operating by July 1st, 2014. At the same time, while we're being told that we have this emergency, we're conserving 45%, we're going to use 134 acre feet from San Simeon, during which time Cambrians will be I think, be jeopardized because we will not be having water from San Simeon during the tracer test. And my understanding is that the tracer test began July 21st. Do I have a nod on that from the engineer? That's what it says in your report, July 21st. Has it started yet or not? I just would like an answer to that. But the problem is, we're giving water away at the same time you're telling us that we're in this critical need. And here's a picture in today's Cambrian of 4 large trucks filling up from the rodeo grounds. How can you possibly tell us that we're in this crisis if you're giving away potentially 100 acre-feet of water, which you're actually hiding on the well production report? In April, it was listed under San Simeon, Santa Rosa, and SR1, 0.66 acre-feet of usage from SR1. That disappeared. It is no longer on your website, and SR1 is no longer listed. Also, on your charts for Santa Rosa wells, SR1 and SR3 are considered shut down. Every month it says SR1, SR3 shut down. If that's the case, how can you possibly be pumping and giving water away? I have many, many comments. Some of them I did include, but what I'm going to say is what came out in last week's Cambrian from Mr. Gruber, Mr. Greshams, when they say that this, they're quoting me, it is not remotely likely that the project will be done before year's end. You better believe it. This project will never be done by year's end, if ever. And those people who are sitting here who are not informed of the regulatory agency's comments, I feel very sad for them because they don't know the truth, and you guys are willing to spend their money on a project that you have nothing for, and you're coming to us when you're giving water away. Shame on you.
Thank you. And Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Barbara Crowley. Oh, there she is.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the back there's something of a breeze, unlike in here. I hope nobody faints. I want to say one thing about this project at the beginning of my remarks. Start your 3-minute timer, sir.
Oh, okay.
This project will draw water from what is called RP7. And for those of you who are not aware of that, that's a well, right? If you go to RP7 right now and draw out some water, oh, I had a run. I'm not in shape. 31st is my 72nd birthday, by the way. If you go to that well now, right now, over there, and draw water, you will get drinkable water from RP7. However, this project, 8.umpteen million, is so that we can draw out of RP. Oh my God, thank you, sir. Water. And we didn't even figure that out ahead of time. If you go there now, you will get drinkable water like this. If you go through with this project, you will have coming out of RP7 treated sewage, fresh water, and seawater. The seawater might not be directly from the sea over there, but it's seawater that's coming in this way over here. We are going to use a potable water well of drinkable water to make potable water by using sewage and seawater at tremendous environmental effect. And it's going to cost us 8-point-something million. Now, I think I just got this, not free. I pay my rates for Cambria water, and it's good water. But I didn't pay 8-point-umpteen million to get a drink of water, which I could have gotten just by going over to the well right now. Friends, It is a serious mistake of much responsibility, including fiduciary as well as environmental, that you are having this meeting before you look at the initial study mitigated negative declaration about this project. You are asking me to buy a car without my ever being able to check on it in advance. And you are asking me to buy cactus without ever knowing whether the pocket gophers like it, like they're going to eat through your evaporation pond on this project over on your land. There are so many mistakes, I could name them, and I did in my report, but it's not it's not on the agenda today. On the agenda is, should I pay before I know whether or not this water is really drinkable and how much it costs to make it for sure? I just voted no the other day, of course, because I don't buy things without knowing what's going on, and my mom and dad taught me that. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Crowley, followed by Bob Detweiler, please.
Thank you. I object to the rate increase to be used for the present emergency system design. I do not object to a rate increase to find a permanent emergency water supply that will meet state agency standards and supply Cambria in future droughts. The Coastal Commission, Water Board, Wildlife, and others have raised some serious objections to your present permanent emergency plan. It seems redesign will have to be made. In fact, certain environmental objections can never be overcome. So we come to the problem of what to do. If you have a temporary permit, which I understand you do now, to supply water in the drought, go back to the first plan and run a system and supply water now if you need water. Some people say we don't, that you just purchase the water from the ranchers. That's up to you to decide. You're the ones who have been voted to make these serious decisions. The second thing of what to do, for a permanent emergency supply, go back to the drawing board. The additional costs of redesign to meet environmental standards will raise the cost of this project to the point that some of the other options in your project book may now be possible, even a pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Detweiler, followed by John McGarry.
Good afternoon. I'll be very brief. I wish to thank the members of the board for taking determined, timely action. I think we've faced water shortage for some time. Had a lot of studies, a lot of discussion, but no really determined leadership until the situation became a true challenge. So on behalf of my family and my neighbors, I'd say you have faced it in a logical way. Not a lot of time. We can't keep studying. We can't keep going back for endless reviews. We have to take action. And for myself and my friends, I wish to thank you for your determined leadership. I think you've taken a logical position, and I trust your judgment, and I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you. And John McGarry.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the board. John McGarry, Marine Terrace. The present cost and size of the project is out of proportion to what was originally proposed by the board, going from a leased, portable, reverse osmosis unit installed at the San Simeon Creek well field at an amount of between $500,000 and $1.5 million to a permanent $8.8 million project in a fiscal environment where the ratepayers are to be asked subsequently for a rate increase for costly infrastructure repairs and improvements. Also, the project, in my view, is located in one of the most highly governmentally related areas in San Luis Obispo County. Cambria, as I think most of us know, is located in the coastal zone, and the county has a separate land use code, which is identified as Title 22, which deals with development in the coastal zone. The provisions of the code are more restrictive than in the rest of the county. To compound regulatory compliance with coastal zone development issues, the CCSD San Simeon well field is located in an area designated by the federal and state government as highly environmentally sensitive. And it's also adjacent to the California State Parks and San Simeon Campground. As many as 8 federal, state, and local regulatory agencies have weighed in on their specific project permitting requirements. The CCSD compliance burden, even in light of agency streamlining, is, in my view, significant. And the last item I'd like to talk about is the water quantity charges in the proposed rate increase are inconsistent with the constitutional requirements of Article 13D6B in the Right to Vote for Taxes Act, which is better known as Proposition 218. If you look at the information on the water quantity charges, specifically the ongoing water quantity charge, there are 3 rates, as the gentleman from Bartle and Wells indicated. There are 3 tiers. The first tier is Tier 1, obviously, and that goes from 1 to 4 units, and you're charged $1.50 for each unit. Tier 2, however, is from 5 to 16 units. And I think if the baseline is Tier 1, which is 1 to 4 units at $1.50 a unit, I think that we've got some proportionality issues. And I think what should happen is, in my view, the tier structure should be broken down into 4-unit increments. Tier 1 being 1 to 4, Tier 2 being 5 to 8, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the problem that I have basically with these charges are that water users from 1 to 4, basically, in my view, if in fact that is the baseline, that baseline is not being followed through in the entire tier group. And if you use twice the amount of water that people are charged in Tier 1, you should be required, in my view, to pay that sum commensurate with the amount of use. So in my view, the rate structure is inequitable and potentially unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm closing the public hearing.
Before you close the public hearing, have you asked for everything turned in?
Okay. Yeah, yes.
It would be appropriate at the point that you close the public hearing to have a last call as far as any other protests that need to be submitted.
Okay, I'd like a last call for any protests to be submitted, and Ms. Webb, you'd like to speak to this issue, feel free. And I'm kind of like reopening it on way. I'll close it here in a second.
I didn't want to cross in front of someone else to hand in my slip. So, I'm sorry, as Elizabeth Bettenhausen said, this project actually causes pollution. It's taking a perfectly drinking water well, and the well is called 9P7, and causing saltwater intrusion into it, and it's drawing wastewater through it. So I just want to read some of the agency reports since Christine Heinrichs wasn't able to do it. The Coastal Commission said that this project does not adequately address a myriad of LCP, local coastal program, and Coastal Act policy concerns. It insufficiently identifies the project's expected adverse effects and incorrectly and incompletely applies the policies and requirements relevant to the proposed project and the affected coastal resources. The project is unclear and inconsistent and does not include support for its contentions. The project concludes there would be no air quality impacts, yet provides no analysis of the effects on spraying almost 100 tons of brine per day into an area within a few dozen feet of nearby wetlands and 300 feet of a campground. The brine contains ammonium, barium, strontium, chlorine, and others elements with several at levels that may be considered harmful or toxic when airborne. The Adaptive Management Program is wholly insufficient to provide the necessary level of protection to ensure conformity with the LCP or Coastal Act requirements. The CSD has provided insufficient baseline information to determine the project's full effects on groundwater basin and the watershed's hydrological regime. It's inconsistent with LCP Wetland Policy 16, Coastal Stream Policy 21, and CZLUO Section 2308288. Nick Franco, the District Superintendent of the State Department of Parks and Recreation, notes that the lagoon and estuary has currently experienced an estimated 50% loss of historical critical habitat. He adds that water discharge and water pumping at this site will cause direct impacts to the wetlands, the creek, the lagoon, and other sensitive habitats within a state natural preserve and a public recreation area. A toxicity analysis needs to be performed to determine the effects of ammonia and chlorine on the benthic macroinvertebrates that the fish eat. 5 pages of State Parks comments outline the negative effects of the project on steelhead, tidewater goby, red-legged frog, sand simian salamander, and negative effects to recreation, visual resources, and significant archaeological resources. State Parks points out that the potential take or killing of harassment or wildlife and other impacts are unknown because baseline studies have not been performed. In-stream flow studies, although urgently and repeatedly recommended by the State Parks and the California Coastal Commission, as well as other agencies, including CDM Smith, your own agency, since 2001, have never been performed. The Water Board has 5 pages noting the CSD has modified the conceptual project to address immediate regulatory issues since release of your first project. The board has not yet received a complete permit application. They warn the CSD that regulatory approvals must be sought. They warn that timelines are unrealistic. They advise that the lack of contingency planning may trigger additional environmental review, more permitting, a new assessment, discharges into the creek. They want third-party oversight and more technical details on the pond, and they repeat the need for the CSD to apply for an NPDES permit to discharge into the ocean. They also warn that the CSD must not cause seawater intrusion, and in fact, this project does it deliberately. I have more. Stop throwing our money away. Basically, what you're doing is ensuring the fact that we will not have a water project for another 20 years, which in some ways, as far as I'm concerned, is fine by me.
Thank you. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, followed by Janice Schmidt.
My name is Ken Butterfield. I've lived here 41 years, and I've watched many boards do stupid things, but this is the topper. We've had several speakers already quote from these documents. These documents are dated 2 days ago, one from the Coastal Commission, one from the U.S. Department of Interior, one for the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, and they all say that your project is incomplete, it's not fully engineered, it does not address enough of the issues to get through a permitting process. No, you're not going to get this done this year. So, we also know from your own documents that 30% of the water that you pump out of our drinking water reserves is used for landscape irrigation. No matter what happens with the 218 protest, you need to discontinue pumping water from Santa Rosa Creek for landscape irrigation. As long as you give it away, there's no incentive for people to put in drip systems or any other kind of water conservation system on their property, which would additionally save water.
Thank you. And Janice is followed by Dino Ariali. Dino? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Janice.
I protest the emergency water supply project because, in my opinion, the actions of the CCSD seem to be disingenuous and irresponsible in running the community's water and sewer system, particularly since March 2013. For example, in lifting the moratorium on new construction, passing an ordinance on August 22nd, 2013 to issue intent to serve letters, and within days declaring a Stage 3 water emergency without declaring Stages 1 and 2, the CCSD continues to stymie its customers by not answering questions raised or addressing comments made by its customers during monthly board meetings and other special meetings. By not providing a protest response form with its mailing describing the Proposition 218 process as it pertains to the emergency water system project, and by allowing extra time to presenters who support the CCSD's point of view and no or little time to presenters with opposing viewpoints. As of yesterday, I learned that the California Coastal Commission on July 22nd wrote, they have concerns that result in inadequate protection of nearby, they say that the EWSP Emergency Water System Project raises significant concerns that result in inadequate protection of nearby coastal resources and potential nonconformity to the local coastal program and coastal act. If we go ahead with this project, we must protect our environment.
Thank you. Dino's followed by Jeff Hellman. A person named Dino, Dino, there, Dino. Dino.
Yes.
Followed
I
by
won't talk
Jeff.
too long because that's all the water I have left. But, you know, I've been hearing an overwhelming amount of information from these people about all these different options and the courses you all are taking. And I'm sure you're all fine, stand-up people, and I'm sure you all ran for this. But it's like, be careful of what you ask for because you might get it, because now you're all here in this position. I can only say that I'm not as informed as of all these other people, but the general feeling in this town of people that are informed and aren't informed is really down on the CCSD. And it's kind of a bad thing because you kind of count on the CCSD to help and support you. My question is, it feels like, this could be paranoid, but it feels like that every time a new board of CCSD people come in, they attack the same problems and get the same results. And it goes on and on and on. And we know the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and getting the same results. So I don't know, is there anybody on this panel that has any other alternative to desal?
We're working on the brackish water project,
see,
which
but that's
and
the
people
thing.
are thinking it's
I've been here since 1991, and it's always been, we're working on it. It might cost this. We're hopeful for that cost, but maybe it won't. It could cost more, and I think that's unsettling for everybody. So I have to agree with Tina Dickerson that this is a little bit premature that you're calling this meeting, because I think there has to be a lot more work done to find out what's going on. So good luck to you all, and see you later.
Thank you. And Jeff Hellman, and that's our last speaker. Jeff? Yeah.
Jeff Hellman, I'm a member of this community. Just aside from what I really want to talk on, let me take a couple of seconds and talk. Did the board do a full vote on the rate increase? Was it a full board vote? Or was it just an ad hoc committee deciding what the rate?
It was a full board.
Hmm?
It was a full board.
It was a full board vote. A lot's been said here today. I can't really, say much more to add what's already been said to the board. I'll give it another perspective. There are right ways and wrong ways of doing a project. This has nothing to do with being for or against your project or any other project. But the right way to do a project, the one you're trying to do, would be to get an engineering company to draw plans and decide what you want to do, what it's going to be. You guys, it was a $40,000 a month temporary desal, module, And, you know, we went from $160,000 and this thing is just runaway add-ons, this, that, permanent, all this craziness. No, the way to do a project is you design it. You decide what you want in that project, what your goals are, and you have an engineering company design it. Then you run it by the all the agencies that have something to do with this. You don't flip off all the environmental laws and try to ramrod and broadside something and try to get away with it while nobody's looking. No, that's not the way to do it. The way to do it is have your project, then ask these agencies, what do you want? How will you pass it? What can we do to make this project pass muster with you people? Then the other thing that you do is you don't give a blank check to a third party on a no-bid situation, say, whatever it costs, do it, just get us out of the mess. That's what you people are all about, or at least that's what you've been all about. The way to do it is you have a project that you now know will pass muster with the agencies that can be done. Then you put it out to bid so we know what the cost will be. You people have no clue what this thing's going to end up costing. Just more money, more money, more money. Then you want it on the backs of the ratepayers. And then lastly, last but not least is you don't put, you know, a capital project worth 2 years' worth of revenue for the agency on the backs of just a rate increase. It doesn't work that way. Capital projects are done with bond issues, and you're only going to get a bond issue if you do this project responsibly and they see that there's revenue covering the payments for the bond issue. Have you people done that? No. In other words, we have a board right now that just doesn't seem to know what they're doing. You're like chickens with your heads cut off, running around trying to save the day because we're told by a lot of you people that we have plenty of water last October. Now we're out of water. Nobody knows what's going on. We don't give away water. In other words, you as a board have seriously failed the community of Cambria. Thank you.
Thank you for the support. Now close the public hearing. Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and we're in recess to tabulate the protests that have been mailed or delivered to the Cambria Services District. We'll move on to the next agenda item, which is item...
Wait, are we
recess? Well, we're not going to recess for that long.
Well, if I understand what the board is looking to do at this point is to recess this item and take it up later, but continue with other items to allow the protest official to tabulate the protests.
That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to recess this item for a bit. And I think we should handle, before we take a break, we should handle the other item 8 issues, and so we'll move on to item 8B. Huh? Okay, we're still in session. We're not taking a break necessarily. We're moving on to item 8B. Mr. You think we should take a break? All right. All right, what we're going to do, in order to get the attention of people, we'll take a break until 2 o'clock. 10-minute break until 2 o'clock, and then we'll move on with 8B.
which is in front of you, open the public hearing, consider it, and overrule any protests or objections, and then adopt the resolution 302014 authorizing the fire chief to abate the nuisance by having the weeds and debris removed from parcels and property listed in Exhibit A. And I don't see anybody here from the fire department, but in accordance with the requirements of the Health and Safety Code, a notice to destroy weeds and remove debris has been sent to 1,811 parcels, which were identified and noticed for weed abatement this year. Many of these parcels were abated by parcel owners and/or lots of personal contractors prior to the inspection deadline. Of these 811 parcels, 120 did not pass inspection and have been placed on the contract list. July 24th was established as a date to hold a public hearing to consider any objections or protest to the abatement of the weeds. Under the provision of the Health and Safety Code, the board is to consider any protest and allow for an overrule of any objections. Thereafter, the board acquires jurisdiction to have the work of the removal accomplished by the district. The board's decision is final. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Does any board member have a question? Are there any members of the public that would wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing.
Right.
Seeing no public comment, I'll close the public hearing. Oh, well, come, sure. Good, just step up.
My name's Lisa Tansman. Last year, when there was clearing of hillsides, and what did you call it, Jerry? Contract clearing when people don't do it themselves. The property next door to Nitwit Ridge, which is a vacant lot that's been for sale for a long time, it was, I guess, contracted that was cleaned up. And it was a terrible job in that I remember I live up the hill from there, thinking that when the rain comes, please come rain, there's going to be an erosion problem. And sure enough, when it rained, part of the hillside slid down into the street. So I urge the board or whoever it is that contracts with whomever is going to clear people's properties who don't take care of it themselves to do a little more due diligence in who you choose to do that work so that erosion is not a problem on any properties that are maintained by us, meaning you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the general manager should, when the bid goes out again next year, it did go out, but, and when subsequent bids go out for this project, we should make sure that, that the quality is also important.
And we'll put in the RFP that language relating to that.
Thank you.
Next time they go out next year.
With that said, we just vote on this. We don't.
I would move adoption of resolution 2014, ordering abatement of public nuisance or fire hazard fuel reduction program.
Second.
Let's take, Monique, since this is, we should take a roll call vote on this, please.
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Aye.
Vice President Robinette?
Yes.
And President Berenger?
Yes. Moving on to item 8C.
Thank you, President Berenger and board members. Item 8C is a public hearing to consider adoption of Resolution 30-2014, confirming the itemized report to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposable charges on the county tax roll. Again, this is something that we bring to the board every year. The recommendations to the board is receive the staff report and review the itemized report for delinquent solid waste collections and disposals charges. Open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, have a discussion, and then adopt Resolution 31-2014, adopting the itemized report, which is an Exhibit A, which is the resolution, describing each parcel and the amount of delinquent solid waste collection and disposable charges to be collected against each parcel. Just a brief discussion on October 1st, 2009, the CCSD Board of Directors adopted an ordinance 02-2099, electing to have the delinquent solid waste collection and disposal services charges collected by the county tax roll in accordance with the provisions of the Health and Safety Code 5473. The CCSD board found that a timely and full payment of charges for solid waste collection and disposal services is critical for the successful operations of the CCSD solid waste franchise, and elected to, by resolution, have solid waste collection and disposal charges which are delinquent at the end of any fiscal year collected on the tax roll. Mission County Disposal has requested and filed an itemized report with the CCSD to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposable charges for the 2014-15 tax roll. Charges outstanding total approximately $3,000. If there's any questions at this time, I'd be more than happy to answer them for the board.
Thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Any members of the public that would wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any discussion from board members?
I just have a question. It's fiscal year, which is why there's some on here that are $37, and we're going after it because probably they just didn't pay the last one for the fiscal year. So we don't have like they're more than 2 months overdue kind of cutoff. It's actually a date cutoff. Is that the idea?
Correct.
And does Mission Country pay the expenses that it costs to have these put onto the tax roll?
Monique, I'd defer to you on that one. The question was, does Mission County Disposal pay for the cost to have them, these charges put on the tax roll?
Yeah, the county, yeah, they get the revenue from it, but we charge them for the stuff that we have to pay for, like the advertisement that we put, the public notice announcement. So, yes.
Charge them, meaning charging the waste department, the garbage, Mission Country?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes a small bill like this might be because someone has disappeared. It might have been around for a while. It's not like, okay, you didn't pay last month, so we got you.
Okay, yes, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, I'm assuming that of the 19 parcels, these all have a building on them. I mean, these are not, and I know that if there's a structure, they're required to have waste collection. Some of these must be at least 10 or 11 months delinquent, so interesting.
And Mission County Disposal makes every effort to collect. There's, first of all, a series of a couple letters that goes out, followed by phone calls. So it's, if a customer or business is delinquent, Mission County does their due diligence to get a hold of them and make every effort to collect prior to going this route. So I've talked to Mission County about this and have asked them in the past, what's your protocol of getting a hold of the customers who have not paid? And I think they go above and beyond what they're really required to do.
Well, just as discussion, I've always been against the heavy hand of government, but in the face of unanimity, I might support it. Do we have a motion?
Yes.
Ms. Robinette?
I move that we adopt Resolution 312014, confirming the itemized report to collect delinquent solid waste collection and disposal charges on the county tax rolls.
Second.
Further discussion, just a clerical, on page 57, it says Resolution 31-2013.
Should be 2014.
It'd be 14 because of
2014,
2014.
yes?
Yeah, 1-4.
Can we just make sure that that's, thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we'll move way back to public comment, and this public comment is for items that are not on the agenda. We do have some later on the agenda that might, under regular business, 9A, but if this is for items that are not on the agenda, I have several slips for people to speak. We have Charles Chase, followed by Crosby Schwartz.
Thank you. I'm going to
come from a completely different take here. First of all, with a question, what are you doing to trap and save floodwater? And I realize it says that you're not going to answer a question, but that's to start it off. And my observations, I parked out here and I saw the flood level zone of 97, and it was higher than my car, so that really made me think some of the things I'm going to talk about might be interesting. A lot of this is just observation by me as maybe some ideas of how to save water. Floodwater especially, I'm assuming the 97 floodwater mostly went out to sea. I know when you're driving over the hill to Paso Robles, if you take that first big pull out and you look down the coast, down in the canyons, they're box canyons. And the definition of a box canyon is a canyon without a stream flowing through it. So water that would go down there gets trapped at both ends of the canyon. I was wondering if during flood years, you could pipe water down to the box canyon. Of course, you would have to make arrangements with the rancher, and you would have a reservoir that you could tap into later. A box canyon, I believe, would be safer in an earthquake than a typical earthen dam, because it would take quite a quake to open up the hillside to let the water out. Another plan would be to create what I call a percolating gravel dam, and that's a dam that I read about a long time ago. I can't tell you where I read it, I don't remember, but they're a type of dam that if you would capture floodwaters, if you could envision a dam running north-south above, when you leave Cambria, above the hillside, a percolating gravel dam could be fairly shallow, probably not over 10 feet deep, and is designed to let the water slowly run out of the bottom of the dam. It's actually designed that way. So as it trickles down the hillside, it will fill some of those San Simeon wells, I assume, if it was structured and put in the right position. And that would bring your aquifers up. I don't know how long it would percolate, whether it would go all summer long, but instead of the water just going out to sea, that might be a way to capture it. Another thing would be to just have a storage area of whatever type, maybe on the other side of the highway. I don't know whether you could run a peripheral or a pipeline all the way from where you could capture the floodwater out of the creek coming down from Paso Robles over to the San Simeon area or not. You'd have to traverse a lot of ranch land, and I don't know the process of how you would go through that. But anyway, it's just something to think about. And my son, who lives in San Diego, tells me that El Nino is on the way. He says the water temperatures in San Diego are 15 degrees higher than they should be at this time. So we might have a real severe winter, which should be a blessing. Thank you.
I hope so. Thank you for your comments. And Crosby Schwartz is followed by Tina Dickinson.
President and Board, I have a comment on the initial study mitigated negative declaration, which actually wasn't on the agenda today, but it's related to the water treatment plant. I'll just read my comment here. The North Coast Area Plan states, quote, the CCSD's intent is to incorporate recommendations from the Build-Out Reduction Program into the program-level environmental impact report as mitigations to offset the growth-inducing impacts of a new water supply, unquote. Although the current permit application is for existing customers, the scope of the permit could be expanded at a later date to cover new water service connections. The capacity of the advanced water treatment plant is larger than necessary for existing customers, which will increase the pressure to add new connections. We recommend that the current permit application and initial study mitigated negative declaration be revised to require that when the permit is expanded to cover new connections, a build-out reduction program is implemented as required by the North Coast Area Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Tina Dickinson is followed by Kathleen Conway.
Tina Dickinson, Cambria. I'd like to follow up on Mr. Chase's comments regarding alternatives, which when asked by Mr. Arali earlier, there was no response from the board as whether there was another plan from the board. As you all know, but members of the community may not know, Clyde Warren has offered to sell you 30 acres, his drywall canyon, which comes right down across San Simeon Creek Road to the district's well field. The capacity, and the engineers, Volbrecht and San Luis Obispo, the engineer did a capacity study, which you have, 600 to 700 acre feet. Gus Yates did the hydrogeological studies on evaporation and seepage, what looked very good, very encouraging. It's a win-win. I talked to the county. They said if, there's money available from the state for this, lots of it. There's also, in speaking to the planning department at the county, it's within the LCP, the local coastal plan. He said if CCSD, he said they need storage. If they could just do something and act on it, this could be up and running in 2 years. I've talked to the Coastal Commission. They said from the aerial, I sent them photos, aerial views, there are very few ESHA issues. It would never create near the problems you're having with the project that you're looking at now and proposing and asking us money for. I'll bet you if you were to propose this to the community and ask us to help with it and get money from the state, which I'll guarantee you, because I've been looking into it, you would have so much support instead of what you heard today. And I just can't figure out why you're not looking at it. It's a win-win. And I ask you to withdraw the current project, close it off, and start looking at something that the community will support you with. We're not against water. We're against hurting and harming environmentally sensitive habitat, part of the Cambria Marine Park, part of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary. Please, please look at this other project. Several directors have already gone up to the site. You came to the Cambrians for Change presentation. I urge you to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Conway, followed by Jeff Hillman.
Good afternoon. My main ongoing concern is the lack of communication from the board. And that's ongoing. And I don't understand why we aren't getting information about what is happening. I don't understand why why someone is hired at $150,000 or $160,000 and we can't get a report even bi-monthly in the Cambrian. Why doesn't the board have a section in the Cambrian in which they give us some timelines and let us know what's happening, what the issues are they're focusing on? We want transparency about what's going on, and even publishing answers to today's questions, some responses. We don't hear anything. And there are other items that haven't come up specifically in connection with fire, but we're all terribly concerned about fire. And of course, the water issue is connected to that. But what's being done about all the dead pines that are around that, you go through sections and it's just horrible and frightening to think about. We'd like to know what's being done, communicate to us what's being done about the infrastructure before it becomes an emergency. I mean, some people have been on the board a long time and we really don't know what's happened. We don't want to get to the state of emergency. There are also a number of people who have left the staff. Now, I understand the board is understaffed. And there was an article in the Cambrian about that. So my rallying cry would be to communicate to the community, get an article in the Cambrian, if not weekly, bi-monthly, and let us know what's going on. And perhaps we can get some better communication between the community and the board.
Good point.
Thank you.
Mr. General Manager, would you, I hate to extend the meeting, but would you read your report for this month? And I think a lot of those questions will be items that aren't being addressed. We should then start making sure we address them. No, they have two more. Jeff Hellman, followed by Jim Webb. Jeff Hellman? Okay. Mr. Webb?
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Webb, Cambria resident, and I wanted to talk a little bit about steelhead that we have in our local creeks. I think that the initial study mitigated negative declaration proposal that's before us failed to incorporate some important plans that have already been developed, and one of which is for the South Central Coastal California Steelhead Recovery Program, which was authored by the National Marine Fisheries Service division of NOAA. And I just thought I would mention a personal experience I had earlier this year fishing for surf perch, which doesn't sound terribly relevant, but while we were out on the beaches there at the mouth of Santa Rosa Creek and at San Simeon Creek fishing for surf perch, every once in a while we would have this tremendous strike, and the fish would just blister through the water, leaving a rooster tail on your line, and your heart would just start racing and beating, and out of the water would leap a steelhead. And it's just one of the most exciting things for a fisherman that you can ever have happen. Now, you're not allowed by law to retain fish, steelhead that you hook in the ocean, but it's a fantastic experience, and I hope everyone gets a chance at some point to experience it. And many people historically have experienced it in our streams. You're allowed to fish on very restricted days between the Highway 1 bridge and the mouth of the creeks for steelhead. It's catch and release fishing only, and it's a marvelous fishery. Santa Rosa Creek and San Simeon Creek are Core 1 habitat areas identified under the plan, which means they offer ideal habitat for these fish to persist. I notice in the proposed emergency water project that great pains have been taken to try to ameliorate any negative effects on these fish in the design of the plan, including pumping water back to the lagoon, trying to maintain those populations. And I just wanted to mention that sensitivity has to be exercised and caution in that these fish not only need water in the creek during the times that they migrate in and out, but they need water in the creek at some point year-round, because the purpose of migration is to lay eggs, and the eggs hatch, and those little fish need water to live in and survive. If for 1 second that creek dries up, those fish will die, and we lose an entire generation of fish. So I just wanted to bring to your attention one of our neighbors who is waiting out there right now, hoping we get enough rain that they can come into the creeks, and we'll see whether that happens or not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. We're moving on to item 6A, and General Manager.
Thank you, Board. And what I'd like to do is go over my general manager's report and then have District Engineer Bob Greshams, he's in the back working on his computer, go over his engineering report because there's a lot of important information. And then I would like to have Tracy Fuller, our interim finance manager, go over her finance manager's report. July 14th, 2014, the press release stated that Cambria broke another water conservation record. Usage in June was the lowest ever for that month. There was a drop of 44% from the prior year, a 6-month total of 29% below historical averaged. I'd just like to thank the community for that. I really would. On July 14th, 2014, CDM Smith provided the community and the CCSD Board of Directors with an update on the emergency water supply project. Really quick, that's on our website. I know a lot of you can't make it to the board meetings, but staff would be also more than happy to provide you with a copy of that presentation. Staff and CDM met in San Luis Obispo with multiple representatives from Regional Water Quality Control Board to discuss the emergency water supply project. I thought the meeting went extremely well with a collaborative effort regarding the emergency water supply project for Cambria. Staff and Vice President Robin and Director Thompson, we attended a tabletop exercise that was held by the county in Los Osos. Chief Miller was at that exercise. And one of the scenarios, one of the exercises was about our very community, Cambria, running out of water. And it was well attended. There was probably about 75 people there, everybody from the Office of OES all the way down to County Fire and things like that, coming up with tabletop exercise solutions on when that happens, how would we respond to that as a community. We hosted the Water Environmental Association State Collection Systems Committee for a 2-day seminar here. We brought the California Water Environmental Federation or Association into Cambria. There was about 40 people, and they stayed here. They stayed in our hotels, ate in our restaurants, and I gave a presentation on our sanitary sewer overflows. If you remember, we had a series of sanitary sewer overflows. We had 7 of them in a 10-year period, and the largest was on the January 1st timeframe of about 2011. That's when we had those really heavy rains. So we gave a presentation on that and what proactive measures we've taken to resolve some of those infrastructure deficiencies. I thought it was really well attended. The board adopted the budget last month, and this is a very lean budget. It also is on our website. If anybody would like a copy of it, I'd be more than happy to make that for them. The reductions in this budget were necessary due to the severe and extended drought and the forecasted reductions in both water and wastewater sales. So we brought a very lean budget to the board this year. It was about $1.6 million, 13% less than it has been in the past. We consolidated a couple positions. We chose not to fill a couple more, and we reduced some to part-time status. Now, in the water and wastewater departments, I feel that we do need additional staff out there, especially in the wastewater department on the collection side of things. We have 4 full-time employees in the wastewater department, but the collection system, with their sharing both the responsibilities, needs some additional staff out there. So I'll be bringing recommendations to the board at some point in time. The Filtronics, I want to talk a little bit about the SR1 and SR3 wells. You know, that system was down for about 14 years. That's the one of the wells. The SR3 is in the Tin City. The SR1 is right there in the rodeo grounds. So that system was essentially abandoned for about 14 years, and we've been working on literally rebuilding it, putting new valves in, automating it with telemetry, putting all the necessary monitoring equipment in as far as what the state's going to require. And the filter media is in a little bit worse shape than we anticipated. We're trying to not have to replace it, and we're going through a series of backwashes with it, and we're hopefully that we won't have to replace it. But as I told the water department today, if we need to replace it, let's just go ahead and replace it. And so we anticipate it's taking longer than I thought, which everything usually does, and we should have that up and running within the next couple weeks or so. And the SR1 well is another agenda item that the board will be discussing a little bit later. We've applied for a temporary urgency petition with the State Water Resources Control Board relating to the permit 20387. This is the WBE well. This is the monitoring Windsor Bridge East well that really dictates if we can run the SR4 well. The SR4 well is the well up by the high school, but it also dictates if you can run the SR1 and SR3 well. The permit states if you drop below 3 feet that you're not allowed to run it. Well, 2 days ago it got down to 2.97, and today it's at 2.85. So we've submitted an urgency petition to the state. I've been on the phone with them the last couple days, asking them to expedite that. What further complicates this, what further exasperates this is that we start our tracer study. I just want to clarify, we did start the tracer study, but there was some mechanical issues with the pump that puts the solution into the tracer into the ground. So there was another one ordered. So we anticipate the tracer study starting Friday or Monday, and I'll let Bob touch a little bit on this. It's not going to put us behind schedule. So the tracer study for the San Simeon aquifer, which is related to the emergency water supply, will start in Friday or Monday. Now, when we do that, we have to shut off the San Simeon wells. And what I communicated to the state is that how important it is that we get this urgency petition filed as soon as possible. And I was assured by the state that they're working diligently on getting it to us, and that that they would consider everything that we have going on and try to expedite to us. But I also made it clear to the state that we have a larger issue, and that's fire protection, public health and safety, potable water demands for the community, and sanitation issues. And that I did indicate to them, unless I'm directed otherwise by the board, and I spoke with Victor Vasquez this morning, who is in their enforcement department. I said, Victor, here's the deal. We're going to run that well. We're going to provide water to the community one way or another, and he understands that. And I just want to share that with the board. I shared that with an email today, and so we will be running that well, whether we have the urgency petition or not. And they understand how important this is to get to us, and they're going to get it to us as soon as possible. We continue to make improvements to the infrastructure. You know, there's been a lot of talk about the infrastructure, and you know, when I came on board, it was brought to the board's attention and the community's attention that it had been neglected for a long time. And I think in the last 3 or 4 years, we've done a lot of things to improve that, and I really appreciate the board's support and the community's support. So lift station B, it's kind of directly behind my house on Windsor, on Huntington. It's the main lift station for the community, and those are the original pumps that were in there. And so we replaced all the valves, and we're in the process right now of replacing both the pumps in that lift station and replacing the electrical panel. All of our lift stations are confined space, so when they built our collection system, everything was below ground. So when you have to go check your pumps and your electrical panels and things like that, it's considered a confined space. Requires a great deal of time and effort and safety precautions when you do something as simple as seeing how the pump's running. So the pumps will remain below ground, and we'll replace those, but we're bringing the electrical panel up above ground and replacing that. Lift Station 9, which is the main lift station on Moonstone Boulevard, those are two original pumps that were in there. That is our collection system pumps that pump all the sewage to the wastewater treatment plant on Moonstone. And those pumps are on order, and those will also be replaced. And currently, Lift Station 9 is being closely monitored by staff, as I indicate here. Lift Station 9 has also been budgeted to replace the emergency generator. It's a standby generator there that's probably the original one that's there. And the pump and the associated piping will also be properly sized and is on order. Lift Station A, so I'm saying these things because these are in your neighborhoods, and we don't want to have another SSO. We don't want to have another sanitary sewer overflow. So Lift Station A1, located on Harvey Avenue, both those pumps are on order too. If anybody lives on Harvey Avenue, those are the original pumps that were in there. And we're in the process of ordering those and getting those installed. So even though the budget's really tight and we don't have a lot of money, we're not deferring. We're still deferring quite a few things, but we're still getting things done. At the wastewater treatment plant, our wastewater plant was built in the early 90s. It's interesting with our plan is there's no pre-treatment other than grit removal. So any of the inorganics, the rags that come into the plant, go into the plant. So staff's taken down one of the aeration basins. I showed some pictures here a couple years ago of one of the aeration basins that have never been cleaned. I won't do that again. But trust me, it looks the same, and they're in the process of doing that. The other thing that I budget for at the wastewater treatment plant is our power consumption, our electrical cost runs about $150,000 a year. Now, when they designed the plant, they put 100 horsepower motors in and they run continuously. One of the things that we're going to be installing is what they call a variable frequency drive, and it'll allow us to turn those motors down and reduce the electrical costs. I'm estimating by about 40%. And then we'll take that money and put it back into the wastewater infrastructure. One of the things that it'll also do, it will also reduce the nitrates going out of the back of the plant. We have a fairly high nitrate. We do not have a effluent nitrate limit on the plant. Our nitrates leaving the plant in milligrams per liter, parts per million, are between 25 and 30 milligrams per liter, and that's directly, I think, proportional to the amount of air we're putting in the plant. So we'll be reducing our nitrates going out of the back of the plant, which means we'll be reducing our pounds of nitrates applied going out of the back of the plant. So that's encouraging. The website, we continue to improve it and update it. Is it perfect? No. Does it need some additional work? Yes. But we do have all the documents, I believe, and please, if we don't, on there related to the emergency water supply project, let me know. It's on the website, and we have a fact sheet on that website that tells a little bit. One of the speakers, Kathleen, indicated that it's important that we communicate. That's one means in which we do, and there's some good information on our website about the emergency water supply project. Just real quick about PROS, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. We're meeting monthly, and the board will have a special meeting on August 4th to consider the adoption of the emergency water supply project's initial study. There's been some talk about the ISMND and also the Title 22 engineering report, and the community is encouraged to attend. Really quick on SR1 and SR3, when we get that Filtronics plan up online, we've been working really closely with the state on a monitoring protocol as it relates to MTBE and things like that. I know there's been concerns and talk about that, and I just want to give a brief history of that. So the Chevron site has a total of 10 monitoring wells, and part of the settlement agreement with Chevron over the MTBE issue, Regional Water Quality Control Board ordered Chevron to install a series of monitoring wells. There's 10 of them, and they collect samples biannually, and they've been doing that. So, and then the other plume, if you will, it was really what they call the Unocal plume, and people that have been here a long time are familiar with that. And there was a gas station where the current Hampton Inn is right now, and that's really closer to geographically. Closer to the SR3 well. And there was a series of 16 monitoring wells put in at that time, but those have since been abandoned. There is one Century well located on an individual's property that we feel would be advantageous to us, and I haven't contacted these people yet, but that we'll monitor, but we'll also monitor for MTBE and also TBA. TBA is a byproduct of MTBE. And so when we do put those wells on, we have, and this is just a draft right now, but we have a pretty aggressive monitoring program that's going to be put in place that would detect even to the parts per billion what they call an action level before it even got to what they call an MCL level, which is a maximum contaminant level. So we feel that all those issues have been properly mitigated, but if and when we do put that, when we put the SR1 and 3 online for the potable reasons, that staff will continue to monitor those and make sure that we start with probably a weekly monitoring, then going to monthly and quarterly based on based on the results we get. The laboratories now have the capability of detecting things to parts per billion. And the method of detection limit for reporting a maximum contaminant level for MTBE is 13 parts per billion. And TBA, which is a byproduct of MTBE, is 12 parts per billion. Detection limit for reporting for MTBE is 3 parts per billion, and then TBA is 2 parts per billion. So when we collect the samples, we'll ask the lab to test for the detection limits, not the maximum contaminant levels. So in parts per billion, what we'll be doing is we'll be closely monitoring those levels at the detection limit versus the maximum contaminant level. So I know that's a lot of information, and we will do our best to try to continue to keep you up to date on what's going on. Again, the SR1 well will be a discussion later on with the board with regards to what they want to do with that. And so again, once we get the Filtronics up online, and we have been in contact with the state. One of the things that the state required from the Filtronics plan is that we put an operations plan into effect. You know, they just don't want you starting something and run it without a detailed plan. And we're working with Filtronics, and we've got a draft of that plan. It's still in the draft form, and Bob and I and Justin are working on revising that to address some of the operational parameters. But just really quickly, and I'll be quiet here in a minute, but really quickly about the SR1 and SR3 wells is we've done the same thing that we did with the SR4 well. If you remember the problems we have with the SR4 well, there wasn't fail-safe systems in, there wasn't telemetry, there wasn't monitoring to the level that I felt was necessary. So we went to that level with the SR1 and the SR3 wells. It has chlorine, it has pH, it has turbidity, it has fail-safe systems, it has telemetry, so it'll shut down when it detects or malfunctions, if you will. And that's an important component. I covered a lot of things, but I know there's been some questions that the board has had about the WBE well, the operations of the SR1, SR3, the concerns related to MTBE and TBA and things like that. And I want you to know that, and I did skip one thing that I want to touch on because it's been brought up in public. Not only did we talk about the urgency permit, but let's talk about the permit for the SR4. And let me just read my report, because I think this is important that I go over this too. Staff has applied for a temporary urgency petition with the State Water Resource Control Board relating to permit 20387. The change would lower the MBE, it should be a WBE, a 3-foot threshold to 2-foot. And that's 180 days you asked for. So I can appreciate some of the concerns related to that, especially what Jim said as for steelhead. But it would be a 180-day. It wouldn't be. We're not asking for a permanent, which is likely needed in order to continue utilizing the SR3 well during the Stage 3 water emergency. Additionally, work is progressing on some old but unaddressed water permit extension issues that had been identified by staff several months ago relating to permit 20387 and permit 17287. State water, which is the San Rosa and San Simeon permits. State Water Resources Control Board staff has been helpful in assisting in developing corrective actions and resolving these permitting problems. So if you remember in one of my general manager's reports, I talked about an environmental compliance audit. And what we did is we went through all of our existing permits, and we found out that through due diligence, I'm not going to blame anybody in the past or anything like that, but these permits were not finalized. And so we're working to resolve that. And I want to be absolutely open about that. And it was one of those things. I don't know why it was overlooked. It wasn't overlooked on my watch. It's being resolved on my watch. So I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention, wanted to bring it to the community's attention. And so there's a lot of moving pieces right now. And we're really appreciate the board's support and as hard as staff is working. And, you know, there's times where I forget to maybe tell you something but it's not intentional. Kathy's just been begging to spend a couple hours with me, and I'm you know, I said, okay, Monday at 10 o'clock we'll do it. And it's not because we don't, at least myself, it's not because I don't want to be transparent. It's just, you know, sometimes we're going a million miles a minute, and we're juggling a lot of different balls right now. So we're doing the best we can, but always want to try to be honest with you folks and let you know what's going on and what we're doing to take care of it. So if there's anything I can...
Thank you. Before we go on to the engineer's report, Ms. Conway brought something up that, you know, we'd like to see more information. Everybody should understand this is being streamed live on the web. It is being videotaped. The video is shown on a Friday night and a Saturday morning, I believe, AGP video. It's on C-SPAN. We also produce the package that you're looking at now. When it's produced, as soon as a board member sees it, it's also available to the public. We do try and update the website. We've been discouraging Mr. Gruber from reading his report every month, but that information not only is here, but historical information. And we hope that we're as transparent as possible. And when we're on the consent agenda, we're going to talk about the budget, and you're going to see every single line item. I think we spent, well, I see $21. I think we spent less than $21. It shows up on this report, and it's available to the public. So please understand we're trying to be as transparent as possible. Do you want to first talk about this?
I just have a clarifying question. Indicating the June usage being the lowest for that particular month, did that include SR1?
No, it did not. And the reason, and that was a good question, and Bob, jump up and correct me if I'm wrong. Since we're using it for non-potable use at this time, it wasn't shown on the monthly reports that they're using, that they're submitting to the state.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, once we put that online and once we run it through the Filtronics plant, Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, then that will show up as...
I believe it is. I have to double check that with Justin. Justin and I were doing that report and kind of changing the format slightly. So as I recall, it did have that value in it. Okay. But we will double check that, you know, after the meeting.
Excellent. I have one other thing just before we leave Mr. Gruber. They talk about crumbling infrastructure, and I see that month after month you're reporting things that are being done on the infrastructure basis. But Bob, you might be able to comment on what our leakage is. You know, an old system normally loses a lot of water, and I think over the last years we've been making progress, but perhaps you can help us there.
Well, I don't have the current leakage rate at the moment. I know, just speaking generally from EPA published data, usually about a 10% leakage rate is where the EPA says if you're above 10%, you should take a serious look at where these leaks are coming from and at least get yourself below 10%. When I was working on the urban water management plan for a few years back, we had some years where we were at 6%. So the 6 to 8% seemed to be where we had our system at that point in time. Now that is not always water that's lost. That could be because of meters not reading low enough. So there's water actually being delivered to the customers, but it's not being measured and by the meter. It's passing through the little propellers and so forth that are in those meters. So that does happen. So you don't think that that amount is just being lost through leaks in the distribution system. It's a combination.
And we do need to do a better job in responding to the leaks. I think that's been brought to my attention a couple times on some pretty good sized ones. But we had one up by Pine Knolls, and it's not that we don't care or we're trying not, it's just really resource based in the guys in the field. But I have passed on to the water guys that it's really important that we get on those as soon as possible because obviously water is precious, but also we're asking the community to do their best in conserving water, and when a leak is not resolved right away, especially a gusher, it really sends conflicting messages. And I think it's important that if we say something, then we support that by our actions. So,
Thank you. And
I just wanted to
Mr.
make
Thompson.
a comment about Mr. Gerber's report. He mentioned the tabletop exercise that the County Office of Emergency Services conducted. And there were various representatives from all the different agencies in the county that deal with water issues. Interestingly, one of the participants was someone from PG&E's Diablo Canyon facility, and one of the possible scenarios that was presented if we should in fact run out of water would be to basically barge it from the PG&E plant. They have a desal plant, and so they've got plenty of water. And if we need it, we may see some barges come cruising up the coast. But Mr. Webb talked about being a fisherman, and I just wanted to, my son is a marine biologist with a Native American tribe in Sitka, Alaska, and they have outrageous fishing up there. I mean, he sends me pictures of sockeye salmon this big and 150-pound halibut, and if you ever get a chance to go up there and fish, that was just a wonderful place to be.
I'd like to comment on the meeting that Director Thompson was also referring to, and that is we did go and attend the Office of the Emergency Services exercise, and it was very interesting to me. Certainly, they are a group of interagency groups, and they are always highly interested in being well prepared in the event of, they really work on disasters. And so the topic was, how would they address if we actually had the drought continuing, and what would they do with a community that would run out of water? And so they did use Cambria as an example. So they talked about what they would do. And it was highly informative, because they did say to each other, and it was a large group but very interactive, and they said that they actually, of course, quite frankly, have never dealt with a community that has, through a drought, run dry. And so they had this whole thing written up, what would they do, and discussion, and seeing what was feasible and what was not. But one of the first things that I clarified when I was there, because they have this whole thing written out, and we both have it, it's very interesting to look at. But they said, well, what would we do if Cambria did run dry? And because they would like to be prepared. We all hope that we won't, and I certainly responded with, we're certainly working toward not ever having that happen. However, they're interested in the yeah buts, so what if? And the first thing I clarified was, we need to all be on the same page in this room with these people on what do we all mean by we've run dry, we've run out of water. Because in their scenario, they said, what do we do if we get the call that Cambria has run dry? The wells are dry. And I said, well, we want to make sure we're understanding what that means. The first thing is, it doesn't mean that we would have pumped all our water out of the aquifer. We wouldn't have taken it to where we have run dry in the aquifer, because it would, of course, most people in this room know, in that event, we would have permanently destroyed the aquifers. And so we needed to define that first. And they were very responsive to that. In fact, they said, that would be a really key thing. And I said, I think it's important that while we hope we never have to make that phone call, that we wouldn't get into a debate at that crisis and that key point of, well, are you really out of water or not? I mean, so I thought that was good for them to have the dialogue. And then they did talk about, mainly they, of course, have dealt with fire, earthquakes. They've had some experience with sporadic people not having water, because as some of you even may remember, in the earthquake at Northridge, certainly they had lots of water system problems there for a while. They talked about our community in terms of our population. They talked about the need to help. What would it look like? They tossed around, in addition to the water from Diablo, they also talked about, as they have been doing research on this, at times there's been bottled water. And we would all be going to different locations to get that. They talked about how much water per person. And they started out with 3 gallons a day. Right now, we are at, per person here, we are at 50 gallons a day under our severity 3. So that would be quite a thing to manage. But after talking, they talked a little more about, in their reason, they thought 10 gallons per person would be reasonable, but it still equated to how do we get 60,000 gallons a day here. They talked about the community in terms of our senior population. And we take a lot of pride in the wisdom that lives in this community with our population. But they said they would be concerned because they would want to be prepared too for who was really going to need help, even going to pick the water up and get the water to the house. So it was a very, very good conversations for them to just be thinking about it. Let's see, what else I thought was... So they looked at 10 gallons a day, 60,000 gallons. They talked about water, bottled water. They say, you know, sometimes there are contracts with bottled water companies, and they can do that. They talked about tankers, but they also talked about the availability, and that's where they got into the Diablo Canyon conversation. They talked about housing here. Where would they house personnel? Because they would bring a lot of people here to help. And where would they be housed? Where would they eat? Where would they do all those things? Those are the things they look at to be prepared. And I'm hearing you kind of look and shake your heads. I have no belief that this will be real, but I am very comforted by the very people that we would need to reach out to, that they are certainly wanting to not just be unprepared. I think that's the important point. But they then did also talk about volunteers, and they very much were positive about our CERT group here. Certainly we know that our CERT group, our volunteers, do a lot in this county, and they in fact cited them as really an exemplary CERT group. So I just thought it was an interesting 4 hours.
Thank you. And General Manager, perhaps we will move on to the engineer's report.
Okay,
no,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I
just
didn't see
had
you.
it prompted, Director Robinette prompted a question, because I think this is a question that I've had for quite a while, and I think it's a beneficial discussion we probably should have, or at least have staff help us understand what it means when we say we're out of water, because and the fact that you had, that this was part of the conversation is something that, I mean, I'd like to know what that means also, so that I know, you know, whether or not we have an actual drought contingency plan that outlines some of these things, which we should have. It's part of the urban water management plan. It would be nice to know, because that hasn't been a question that we've been able to answer, at least to my satisfaction.
I agree with you. I think we have at various times said, when would we really know what that point is? And it is when I know that our engineer knows that we would like to know. And thank you, because I think that we should be, the best way to be proactive is to have a plan.
And the worst time to decide that when we're out of water is when we're actually almost out of water. We should be doing it ahead of.
I agree. I'm looking forward to the engineer's report, though, so let's see what, is it appropriate?
Thank you. Is Bob, you want to sit over here, or you want to?
I'll just talk right here,
Okay,
if that's okay
good.
with everybody.
He looks so regal.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Jerry. I don't want to plow over the information Jerry covered earlier, so I'll just kind of quickly skip through the first part of my report, and unless you have a specific question, I can always go back and cover those points. I'll just hit one item that I didn't hear mentioned in much detail. It ties a little bit in with Alex Handler's report. We did get a confirmation from the county on the emergency water supply project that the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan grant did go forward on time to the Department of Water Resources, and it does include the request to provide Cambria with $3.75 million in state grant money for our project. If we are successful in getting that, we probably would not know until October, maybe even as late as November, whether we get that award. And if we did, we probably wouldn't see the funds until sometime during early 2015. But things are progressing, and I think the county and the county staff did a wonderful job helping us out. They had consultants helping as well that did a good job on that, because it's a very complicated process to get those grants turned in. And it's like most notably Carolyn Berg at the county was instrumental in leading that effort, so she needs to be thanked. The grant itself is a 75% state and 25% match. So that 3.75 is for that 75% state. So conceivably that leverages out to about 5 million total when you add in the 1.25 million for local. The nice thing about this grant, though, it would be covering expenditures retroactively back to January 17th of this year, which is when the governor made his first emergency drought declaration. So some of those funds that have been spent on the earlier task orders with CDM Smith could be part of that local share cost. So, I'm sorry, I thought you heard me. Okay. Enough said on that. I'll just jump into the well levels then. And I don't have the PowerPoint on this, but I can say that the our water department has been doing a marvelous job. Justin Smith and the group there have been just working very hard, managing the water supply. He's been carefully alternating between the aquifers up until this point. The San Simeon well levels are in good shape right now, but the key unknown that we have is when will that underflow stop, and how soon will it stop, and how quickly will they drop? And that is the big unknown. And particularly the Santa Rosa level is in good shape, but it's starting to drop quickly. So we see that the trend is starting in Santa Rosa, which shows that underflow is slowing down in the creek. You typically have a little bit of underflow that comes from the upstream springs that are at the higher elevations, and if they stop quicker than normal, which I suspect they will because of this extreme drought that we're in, then those levels will start dropping fast. The amount of water that I estimated that is remaining in the two aquifers is in a range of 250 to 370 acre feet. The lower number is based on just the San Simeon aquifer, and the upper number is using both San Simeon and the Santa Rosa aquifer, including the start of well SR3, which gets into some lower elevation water that's stored down by that lower portion of the aquifer at the elevation near the rodeo grounds area. So that pretty much concludes my report, and I can get into more details if you'd like.
Director Robinette.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, and I just have a couple of, one clarification, and then one still that hard question again. So on the projection for the aquifers, let's say the 250 acre foot, that would be, and you are seeing levels change and go down. That is what we typically call the July to November amount. Is that correct? In our seasons, that's what we have available?
Yes, if you look at the demands for the last few months, people are doing a great job conserving, say, averaging 40 acre feet production per month, and that'll get you into the December time frame.
Right.
And then the key question is
with our conservation. Okay.
Right, and then will that conservation keep up, or as things start to dry out more and some landscaping starts to die, are people going to start wanting to use a little water? I don't have the answers to all that.
The other part of the question on the 250 acres that you have calculated, is that what's available? Or would, if we took that amount, would we damage our aquifers?
I'm estimating that's available.
Okay.
Without damaging that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the report. I do have, before I bring it back to the board, I have some points to speak, or do you want to have any questions first?
Yeah, one other question that hasn't been answered, that was basically asked about when do we run out of water. Isn't that based really on the gradations of when saltwater and effluent begin to move into our field? So we might still have a foot or two of water in the aquifer, but it can't hold back.
Yes, there's other factors too beyond it. For example, on the San Simeon aquifer, I used the elevation, the minimum elevation at about 3 feet. I've seen it go down as low as 2 in certain years. I used 3 feet to be a little safe. So where we're at now, down to 3 feet, that's where that 250 acre feet estimate came from. Now, again, there's some unknowns here because we do not have an adjudicated watershed, for example. So if other users, for some reason, further up gradient from us started using more water for some reason, that can change things. Again, there's a certain amount of underflow that usually occurs into the summer months. So how quickly that stops can alter things as well. So there are a lot of unknowns. And then, of course, the demand. I mean, people have been doing a great job of conservation. There's no doubt about it. And can that keep up throughout this month, August, September, as things drag out? And lastly, we talked about, will El Nino occur or not? I mean, really our rains, we had that resilient ridge of high pressure occur last fall and pretty much stop rains until sometime well into February. So how long will the dry season actually stay put for us? Are we going to get a break in the fall, or is it going to be late February? These are all the unknowns that we don't have control over.
Director Rice?
And can I just, 1 second, just,
getting back to-
I had
And
mentioned.
then Director Rice.
Thank you. I had just at the last meeting shared the most recent, I think it was July 10th, NOAA forecast and outlook on El Nino, and it was highly discouraging, it would be maybe weak to mild, but the person that was in charge and was quoted in the report had said that by no means would it be bringing rain that we're used to customarily. So, I mean, that's just right there on their website.
Thank you. And Director Rice?
Just based on your report, you said that until it rains, if we have both aquifers, we're looking at, I think, 370 acre feet. So the difference is 120 acre feet from Santa Rosa. Is that based on the studies that Cleith Harris did? And do you feel confident, because we are not going to, during the tracer test, be using the San Simeon Basin, that we can provide to the demand that we need to be providing without running out from only the Santa Rosa Basin?
Yes, I do. And also, if we need to, we can use a certain amount of water from San Simeon during that tracer test, up to about 150 gallons a minute from well SS1. We're trying not to do that because we don't want to alter the results of the study, but we also have that as a fallback as well.
And you do feel like, but you've got some data and some evidence, and not just our past practices, that this is going to be enough water to provide while we're not using as much as possible. Hopefully we will be able to do the full test as it, give us the best results we can get. But I just want to make sure that this is based on data and not just a gut feeling.
Yes, it's based on data, but we do need the community's help to continue conserving, and they've been doing a great job. It's a team effort. So we've got our consultant, the staff, and the community all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I have some slips of people wishing to speak on item 6A. Elizabeth Bettenhausen, followed by Mary Webb.
Can we do the finance manager? Or,
After the public
Yeah.
comment, yeah, I don't think,
Okay.
and if somebody wants to, for some reason wants to comment on the finance manager, we'll open it up again for them.
okay, great, thank you, President Barrett.
Hey. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm Elizabeth Bettenhausen from Cambria, and I want to, sort of slow getting up here, I want to say, out of my own pure self-interest, that the combination of the fans and the strobe lights, the fluorescence in this room today, trigger epileptic seizures in some of us, including me. I'm on the drug, but I have to sit way back there to stay out of a very hot and suspicious room, so I want to pass that along. First, I want to thank Jason Buell and Ben Grosskreutz. You probably all know them. Maybe you don't. They are water workers in CCSD, and they did a spectacular job of repairing a hole in Plymouth Street, and I watched them and took photos. That is work, friends. To find the leak and to repair it is quite something, so I'm very, very grateful to the water staff. Number two, I'm grateful to Mr. Gressens for forwarding me Task Order 4. For the emergency water plan. It's not on the website. It gives all specifics about the design and such of our big project. So I'm grateful to have a copy of it, and I wish it would be on the website along with Task Order 5, which is still coming up, and still revises the design of the plant. So we really need these data. Number three, well level sheet on your website does not always agree with the reports that are given orally and then in print from the general manager and the district engineer. For example, according to those sheets, San Simeon 1 and Santa Rosa 1 and 3 have been off use for months, which is not true. Page 14 of 18, this is the financial thing, and I'll just alert her and she can maybe mention it, talks about a nice graph of the 10 largest water users in Cambria, a little ambiguous graph. I hope to hear more of that. But my final comment then is about permit 20387 and 17287, these two permits. I had that at the top of my list, and now hearing additional things, I want to say this. We have a temporary urgency request in for WBE, SR1 and SR3, according to the general manager's oral report. And I would like to know how we can get the documentation of what that application looks like, and I will submit a public records request for it. We also learned from him today that there is an environmental compliance audit that was done on the wells on SR4 at least, and we were not in compliance in the CCSD. We did not follow the regulations, and that is something now that has to be looked at legally according to how we can fulfill our obligations as a water district. Number three, the Filtronics operating plan, he says, is still in the draft stage, although we keep hearing that about every 2 weeks from the current meeting, it'll get going, the 2 wells. Number three, Mr. Gruber says, we're, quote, we're going to run that well, end quote, in his oral report today. I would like to know, is he talking about which well for sure? Does it have to do with WBE going down to 2 feet? Does it have to do with public health and fire? Friends, this is urgent questions that never get answered. I'm sorry, I'm going to submit public record reports for all of the information in the past 5 years on SR1, SR3, and SR4. And I hope that you don't let the water quality of this district go down the drain because of certain malfeasance, I use that word selectively and purposely, in the monitoring of the water wells for this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Webb is followed by Jim Webb.
Mary Webb, Vice President of Green Space. I just do want to say that we are opposing any lowering of a WBE well under 3 feet. We have a history, you know, with the CSD since 1998 as an organization of opposing the lowering of that well from 5 feet to 3 feet. And that was due to the Endangered Species Act, the problems with the steelhead, subsidence in the aquifer, the possibility of saltwater intrusion, and now, and even when they went from 5 feet to 3 feet, a habitat conservation plan was supposed to have been required of the CSD to protect the aquifer, and the Habitat Conservation Plan was never done. So now we're going below the 3 feet to 2 feet, which, as you know, I think Rick Hawley, our director, emailed the enforcement officer, Mr. Vasquez, our request, if this is under consideration, we're requesting a formal hearing on the matter. We think it will harm public resources. We think there is a distinct possibility of seawater intrusion, subsidence, the taking of endangered species, the degradation of the riparian corridor, and it will also cause harm to Santa Rosa Creek Natural Preserve, which is located at the mouth of Santa Rosa Creek. We warned you about this before because basically you're giving away water in unlimited quantities for free at SR1, which we warned you months ago that that would lower the WBE well, which is exactly what has happened. So it's not as if that these things were not predicted and predictable. So it's like you're doing it deliberately, which is, to me, also gross negligence. We also did write a letter about the tracer test when we're talking about the fact that we are right now maybe have 370 acre-feet until we get rains again, maybe in December or January, whatever. If we're using 40 acre-feet right now, we probably have 10 months worth of water. If you use 134 acre-feet for a tracer test, you're taking out 134 acre-feet out of our aquifer that will not be available to us for drinking water for at least 3 months. It might be available back in December or something, but it will not be available to us when we need it the most. It's gone. You're pumping it out of the aquifer. It doesn't go back into the aquifer because the whole idea is to make sure that there's travel time in the tracer test, which means it needs to travel at least 3 months. That means we can't drink that water. It's negligence. It's just pure, gross negligence. Now to find out that permit 17287 has not, the permit's never been finalized is crazy to me. Taking off my green space hat, just as a person in the community, we are in a perfect storm of emergencies. And Director Robinette is saying if we run out of water, you will cause us to run out of water. It's not like it's just going to happen automatically. You are going to cause us to run out of water. That's incredible. When you look at the fact that our house is not in order, we need all these infrastructure repairs. We're having sewage leaks, water running down the streets, and none of these things are being taken care of. And then you're adding on another project that the agencies are all going to deny. Are you also running us out of money? So that's what happened in Los Osos. The Community Services District ran them out of money as well, so that SLO County ended up taking over Los Osos. So if that's the point here, wow, well, the community better really start to wake up because this is going to be a long, hard battle.
Mr. Gressens, could you address the permanent loss? And I do know that Ms. Webb was at the meeting, or I believe she was at the meeting on the 14th, where CDM Smith made a very great presentation. Can you, maybe I misunderstood, but could you clarify the 134 acre-feet being lost forever?
Yes, sir. The 134 acre-feet is being pulled out by either, well, SS2 or SS1, which are our San Simeon potable wells, and pumped into a temporary pipe where they add the tracer chemical, which is sodium bromide, and then it gets re-injected into the well field. And then probably about 80% of that water will flow back underground to the same well that's pumping it. So there's a recycle loop there between the production well, the injection well, and then it flows underwater. So we're not losing 134 acre-feet. The last estimate I had from the hydrogeologist was on the order of about 24 to 25 acre-feet that may get lost to the underflow of the creek during that operation. So it's more on the order of 25 acre-feet than the 134 acre-feet that's actually being pumped. Was that clear?
Thank you. Jim Webb, followed by Tina Dickinson, please. Please,
All I can say is that the comments and questions have to be directed to the board president.
Right.
I will not
And-
answer that unless I'm asked
Thank
to.
you. We're trying to get as much clarification as you can, and we have another meeting on August 4th, and it was clarified on the 14th by the experts. Oh, I'm sorry. But I think it's on tape, so please, and you can download it any time of day or night, because we did have AGP videotape the report. It was excellent. They covered a lot of issues that were misunderstood. Jim Webb's followed by Tina Dickinson.
Good afternoon again. Jim Webb, Cambria resident. And I wanted to comment about this request for well WBE, which some may not know, but is the Windsor Bridge monitoring well, to ask that we're able to take that well down further than we're currently permitted to. And I thought it might be worth pointing out, of course, part of the reason we're restricted about how far we can take that well down is because of the environmental problems introduced by doing so. That is, the habitat in the lower reaches of the creek gets compromised when it gets below that level. And I kind of owe Ken Butterfield a vote of thanks for showing me about how portions of the creek dry up. And it's sometimes easier to think we have, well, you know, we have 3 feet of water in there, and if there's just 2 feet, you know, there's still 2 feet of water in there, and fish can still live, and everything's going to be all right. But in a creek that affected by gravity, it doesn't quite work like that. What it really means is a whole big section of the creek that used to have water in it will not have water in it. You know, perhaps 100 feet. I don't know what the actual figure will be, but as that level goes down, a whole portion of the creek up above becomes dewatered. So it's not just the level of, well, you know, we still have 2 feet. It's that whatever stretch of creek ends up being dewatered, well, everything that relies on that section of creek gets forced into the next section of creek. All the herons that want to feed on little fish, all the birds, all the wildlife, the raccoons, everything gets shoved into that remaining portion of the creek that still has water. And I just ask you to think for a moment what it would be like in our town if as we ran out of water, we would close 1/3 of the town. And all the people in Pine Knolls would have to move over to Happy Hill because, I'm sorry, we don't have enough water anymore for your neighborhood. And all the people from Lodge Hill would have to move down to Marine Terrace because we ran out of water. I mean, this is what we impose on these animals. Obviously, we don't impose it on ourselves. And it brought to mind an interesting proposal one of my neighbors made about renting a room down on Moonstone Beach Drive and having a community shower day where everybody from the neighborhood would go down at 15-minute intervals and take a full shower because there's no restriction on the use of water in the hotels and the hotel rooms. So perhaps we could have hot tubs, turn the temperature down, and we could have one for red-legged frogs and one for steelhead and one for tidewater gobies and make it kind of a amusement park. Anyway, that's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Tina Dickinson, followed by Paul Schmidt.
Several things. First of all, Engineer Gresham said that the request had been made for the grant 84, and that it would be retroactive to January 17th when the governor declared a statewide drought emergency. Let me make it perfectly clear that this board did not declare a stage 3 until January 30th, even though we had a crisis back in the beginning of September. That was shocking. But I have to wonder legally as to whether you would actually be able to go back retroactively to January 17th. The board never made that decision. The fact that you, as a board and staff, would jeopardize this town's water supply using 134.4 acre-feet for a tracer test which has already begun is shocking, absolutely beyond belief. Totally shocking. Negligence beyond belief, absolutely. No, it's beyond anything I can even mention at this point. It's so bad. So when I look at Santa Rosa and the pumping we've done already, which we're going to be relying upon during the tracer test, which has already begun, we have already used through June of this year 120.48 acre feet. That's not even including July. So let's just say, well, we used 26.62 in June. Let's add that on. So you're going to be up to about 147, and our allocation for Santa Rosa is 217 acre feet. Now, the district engineer just told me it could be 260. There's some controversy over the numbers. So how do we get through 3 months, depending on SR4, when you show clearly in your well level chart that SR1 and SR3, as you have for months, SR1 and SR3 are out of service? Really? Then how are all those trucks getting up there, getting tons and tons of water, 7 acre feet, if it's out of service? And I will bring up other items related to that big time when we get to 9A. But for the next, that's all I have left on this?
46?
Well, I'll save the other issues on SR1, but I think it is your absolute duty, your single duty, is to deliver a supply, a reliable supply, safe supply of water to Cambrians. And by you taking it out of San Simeon, 134.4 acre feet for 3 months, which, by the way, is not going to, the tracer test is ridiculous. You should be saving that because this project is not going to move forward. So do the right thing and save the 134.4 acre feet so that you can have Pine Dorado and you can have your Scarecrow Festival and we can have a tiny little bit of water to survive on. And Ms. Rob-Manette, I checked with the Department of Public Health months ago. They are the ones who will be delivering water and trucking it in by bottles to us.
Thank you.
That was my research done, and I'm not on the board.
Thank you. District Engineer, would you please explain once again this loss of 134.8 acre feet? Oh, maybe you missed it when he talked. Oh, okay. Would you explain a little bit on the June 14th, which July 14th, the meeting that we had, what CDM Smith's perspective was on the 138 acre feet? Just a little clarification.
Yes, sir. If you can picture a loop of water, I guess when above ground pipeline and kind of an underground route that's going back to the same place that's being pumped from, if you can visualize that. I wish I had a graphic for this, but we have our production wells in San Simeon. We pump out of that the injection water that's being used for the test. There's a chemical added to it that's it's suitable for potable drinking purposes, so it's approved by the California Department of Public Health. That's injected. It goes into the injection well. The water from the injection well then travels back to the same pump underground that provided to begin with. Now, there's a certain portion of that water that is lost. It's on the order of about 20%. And according to the hydrogeologist with CDM Smith, he estimated that about 25 acre feet. So although you're pumping 134 acre feet total, the loss out of that loop might be much lower at around the 25 acre foot amount. And that's over the 67-day period of the test.
Thank you for that clarification. And that presentation that CDM Smith had on the 14th, is that available on the website, the slideshow?
I'll have to refer to our district clerk, Monique, do you recall? Yes, she's saying
Okay,
it is.
that is, and there is a good graphic on it. And if you take a look at the last 10 slides, it's kind of fun. It just kind of takes you through a little bit of a sequence that's intriguing to me. Paul Schmidt is our last speaker on this item.
Hello, my name is Paul Schmidt. I'm a full-time resident of Cambria. And I just want to say something on the running out of water. I think we all should look forward to getting some rain this winter. And we do know that there's an El Nino possibility from NOAA, which is in the 70 to 80% range. And I'd like to clarify the idea of a moderate El Nino. We need just an average rainfall to fill up our aquifer and be fine for a year. El Nino means you're going to get more water than average. So even a mild El Nino could give you 50% more rain than you get over an average year. So don't think that a mild El Nino means that you're going to get less rain than you usually get. So I just want to bring that up. And I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the general manager's report. Do we have any ad hoc committee reports? Oh,
You wanna do the
that's
finance
right.
manager?
We got to do the finance manager. I'm sorry, Tracy. Hit it. Or
I'll go ahead and
general
turn it over
manager.
to
Yeah.
Tracy. Just a couple items. The board had asked me to show revenues coming in, and Tracy's done a good job on that. We do show expenditures, but it's related to the check register, the accounts payable. What I'd like to be able to do is establish a correlation between the revenues and the expenditures, and we'll get there. And then we were asked to provide a breakdown of what we spent on the emergency water supply. And I need to do some additional work and helping the finance department identify some of the other expenditures. Which one?
It's the third paragraph of page 1.
Oh, okay. So it shows water and wastewater, expenditures for emergency water supply. There are several things that Director Rice said that we need to sit down and go with, and Justin and I will do this and go over it with her. But there's some expenses so far for Filtronics, Miller Well Drilling, Alpha Electric, Hawk, which is the instrumentation, Decal Construction. There's a tank company that we use to put the tank in, some miscellaneous cost, and there was a couple consultants that we use. So I'll go through the register and come back next month with a more detailed cost on. But she hit it right on the head as far as the one CDM contract. But there's a lot of other miscellaneous costs associated with the first $500,000 that the board approved. That was the board's first action on the emergency water supply. And that money was really, a good portion of it was focused on the SR1 and SR3 in the Filtronics plant. So we'll go back and look at when that action was taken, that first board action of the $500,000. And we'll run an expenditure sheet, and I'll just go through and highlight those, and then we'll include those in next month's report. So you'll have a much more detailed. With that, I'll turn it over to Tracy. Let her go over a report.
Thank you, Manager Groomer. Just dovetailing on the emergency water supply, since we're focused on that, just under $200,000 spent in a fund that has been established, a capital F fund established to account for all the emergency water supply costs. And as we're able to go back and identify costs which preceded the CDM Smith expenditures, the rate study expenditures and so forth, Alpha Electric, Miller Well, the Filtronics and so on, we'll actually recode those items over to the new fund so that we can keep track of that information over different accounting periods. So that's the plan. I wanted to kind of start actually on page 2 with the overall report, drawing your attention to water sales. You had seen March, April water sales decreasing by 17% in your last report. Some of those losses were offset by surcharges of about $70,000, resulting in a net loss of expected revenues of 2%. Just like to contrast that to the May-June period, which showed further decreasing water sales, down 29% under expenditures, and surcharges did not make up for that entire loss of sales. So water revenues were down for that 2-month period 28% under expectations. If you look at the entire year period, you can see that that amounted to about $107,000 under projection for the year FY 13-14, or 6%. And we knew that there was going to be a big water sales impact and a big emergency water supply project impact that would need to be addressed within the context of the budget. So now back to sort of page 1, paragraph 1 of my report. The board did adopt a budget on June 26th. We do know we'll have to bring a revised budget back to you in the fall, perhaps September, possibly October. It's normal for agencies to do a mid-year budget forecast in January on 6 months. I anticipate a high likelihood that this agency will need to do one every quarter this year because of the shifting ground underneath our financial feet. That may be September, that may be October, but we will be back with a revised budget based upon the results of your Prop 218 process and as the CDM Smith contract does or doesn't go forward. Expenditures over $100,000 during June were comprised of a single expenditure of about $174,000 to the State Water Resources Control Board. That was for debt service. Your LAIF balance for this period has dropped down to $3.1 million. Your total cash assets at $3.8 million. And just drawing your attention to page 13, I'd like to report out a little bit on the attempt that we have been undertaking over the last couple of months to secure some interest in loaning the agency money in spite of our upside-down water and wastewater funds and so forth. So a credit package was put together and sent out on July 9th, inviting banks to express interest in written bids back to us by July 22nd with respect to the possibility of providing debt financing for an emergency water supply project in the amount of $8.8 million. 2 banks responded to that verbally. Only 1 bank has responded to that in writing. This does not place the agency in a particularly great position to be able to negotiate terms, but we're doing the best we can. It would have been nice to have had 2 written offers, but we don't have 2 written offers. We have 1 written offer. So depending upon the results of the Prop 218 process, we'll be bringing that information back to you on August 4th. I included a couple of items that I thought might be of interest because they were prepared for the lenders. They are on page 14 of my report. I just thought you might be interested in what's been happening with your property tax assessed valuation after several years of reduced assessed valuation. There was a modest increase in assessed valuation in fiscal year 2012-13, followed by a somewhat more robust increase of 3.73 last year. The county has not yet released assessed valuations for 14-15, but will shortly, and when that information is available, I will bring it back to you. The chart underneath it, 10 largest water customers. Absent from this chart are names because that's considered confidential. The account numbers are considered confidential under the district's policies. But the lenders were mostly interested in the composition of your 10 largest customers because they like to gauge the agency's vulnerability to a single large customer's failing and how those customers are reacting to the drought. And so this information really does attempt to get at that and satisfy that. You can see that all of your 10 largest customers have clearly reduced their water use. And what's not on here, but what I can tell you is that of these 10 largest customers, 7 of them are private and I believe probably for-profit businesses, and 3 of them would be fairly characterized as public facilities. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question on that chart that you were
Director
just
Rice?
going over on, what is the unit on the 1,400, 1,200,000?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's your cubic your
that's
CFM
units?
Yeah, units, your units in your bills.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of other questions about some of the staff report that wasn't actually reported on, if
Sure,
this
why
is
don't you
okay.
continue, Director Rice?
Thank you, Tracy, for that, and also for, in the expenditure report, breaking out the number of employees instead of in the retiree health expenditures, instead of just having them by department, the amount by department. Now we can tell how many actual retirees we're funding healthcare for, which I'm not against at all. I just want to make sure that I recognize that you're clarifying some of this information, and I really want to recognize and appreciate that, because it does make a difference, at least for me, because you know me, I love the little details. And it helps me understand more what it is that we're looking at instead of a big chunk. I can tell what we're looking at better. On specifically on page 10, which is the Administrative Services Officer Report, talks about the number of accounts receiving a surcharge penalty. And now I didn't ask these ahead of time, so I don't actually expect an answer today. Page 10, yeah, the Administrative Services Officer Report.
I'm showing that as a finance manager. Maybe I have different pages than you.
Maybe I'm looking, it's right after the fire monthly stats.
Oh, okay,
Did we find it?
True, page 10, yeah.
Yeah.
We got it.
Okay.
You can go ahead and answer.
I don't expect an answer today because it's kind of a little bit of a complicated question, but I think that it would be good information for us to be able to have. And the first one is about the following number of accounts received surcharge penalties for the May-June billing period. And it's residential accounts is 339. I'd kind of be interested to see how many of those 339 were over by a single unit, or maybe 2 units, because there's the folks that are just egregiously not following the rules, and then there's folks that just barely tip over, and it just would help me understand better how insanely good people have been about cutting back their water use, and how much how many people are actually causing the bigger part of the water demand. The other thing that it would be mostly just interesting, my little data mind loves to have the data. I would also be curious how many people that had surcharges then filed a permanent resident form, and does that then mitigate the surcharge, or they still have to pay the surcharge on the bill that already was billed? Okay, that would be a great one to know.
The answer to your second question is yes. Yes, if they have until the due date of the billing period to come in and turn in a permanent residency form, and then we would reverse the waiver, the surcharges, yes.
Okay, so if I had a surcharge, I forgot to turn in my form or whatever, I can come in and fill in my form, and then you'll reverse the surcharge on that.
For this billing period, yes.
For this billing period. Okay, so next month, not the same.
Once the due date arrives, that's the cutoff.
Got it.
But it's only for that billing period. So they couldn't turn one in before the due date this month for last billing period.
Got it. Okay. And the other thing that would be nice to know is based on those permanent residence forms, how many residents are we trying to provide water for? Because we know 50 gallons per person per permanent residence. So it would be nice to know how many of those 50-gallon units we're talking about, because then it gives us a sense of how much water we're actually expecting to try and provide. Because I know, at least for my household, we're using less than 50 gallons per person per day because we're under our allocation. So it would be kind of nice to understand what it is that we're trying to provide. What does that calculate out to? Again, super detailed, but that one kind of gets to an important point of how much water we're trying to make sure that we have available. If we're telling people 50 gallons per person per day, we should have a better idea of how many people there are. So then we have a better idea of how much water we're trying to make sure that we have available to provide to them. And then and I do appreciate, I don't want to say that this is excellent. I'm so glad that we have as much information as we do. And I'm always hungry for more, which is why I end up bringing up these questions. Because I think it's kind of an important thing, especially when we're getting down so low. It does make a huge difference. It's not just a drop in the bucket. Also, I know that you've been very, very busy, and it sounds like understaffed at the moment in all the departments, and so it's hard to get a lot of the work done. But we had talked about, the general manager had talked about getting some guidelines together for fulfilling rebate requests. Do we have a set of standard rule? Have you guys had a chance to put that together yet?
Conceptually, I think that one thing that we can all agree on is once the money's gone, it's gone, and I think that, yeah, I think that's a good.
But going forward,
that's a good starting point for us, and maybe what we can do next month is include the areas in which we designated the limited resources, the $20,000. But no, as far as guidelines go, no. I think we need to do a better job in communicating how much resources we have left, how much money in conservation we have left, and maybe establishing some basic guidelines that say, once that money is exhausted, then there's no more money available, but also requiring a certain amount of time to return the receipts and things like that. We don't want to get receipts 2 years later. And Tracy brought to my attention that, really the purpose of a rebate program is to implement rebates when the money is available, and when it's exhausted, it's exhausted. So, but no, we need to work on that. And that shouldn't be that difficult. That's just an administrative process that would consist of just some pretty basic outlines. So I'll make a note of that.
and again, I don't expect an answer necessarily today, but it's a question that did come up through the discussions, which is, do we know when the next testing on those wells for the MTBEs might be occurring? You said that it happens biannually, so I just was wondering if you knew, since we have been using water out of those wells that we shut down to prevent MTBE contamination. Right. Do you know when the next one would be?
The 10 monitoring wells that are still in place, the Century wells, as they call them, that are used for the Chevron site, are tested twice a year, and district engineer has those results that are available. Now, the original one that I spoke of, let me get this here, the Unical plume, which is a 1976, which was where the Hampton is now. There is no more sampling going on. However, there is a Century well located on somebody's property that we're going to approach and ask if we can do monitoring of that. But we'll always monitor our existing wells, but you really don't want to do that. You want to be able to monitor it prior to it getting to your wells. So.
And I really appreciate the amount of research that you did to get that additional information about the MTBE, because I know it's been a concern of a lot of folks that I've talked to, and me personally, and I'm sure that the board is glad to. You spoke very well about what was going on. It was nice to hear that kind of report from you. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one comment, I guess. Several months ago, we were talking to Nick Franco over at the state parks, and we were asking him what kind of use he was going to do. Even though he may not be one of our top 10 customers, he's going from 600 units to 0. They've closed down all water at the state parks. We don't supply them any more water, and he was of the opinion that he wasn't going to turn that back on until the governor almost directed him to, because it's part of the image that they need to maintain. So there's a large user that's using nothing. So they've helped quite a bit on the conservation. We have one request to speak, Mr. Jim Webb, on item 6A, the finance report.
Thank you. I'm sorry to take so much of your time, but I really did not understand this chart until you provided the units on the scale on the left-hand side, and described what kind of customers you were talking about. And if I understood you correctly, this finance manager, that there were 3 public facilities and 7 private or for-profit customers?
They're all commercial customers, and I was able, for my own purposes, to identify the names, and I believe that 3 of them are public agencies. Like
Okay. And what I wondered is, on the public agencies, aren't we entitled to know what those are?
That may be the case, and I would defer to council.
Because, for example, I'd be curious, if this facility, for example, was a huge user of water, we have some control over that, where we don't have control so much over a hotel or something. And so I was wondering if it's not a issue, if you could identify what the 3 public facility users are, and whether they are any of the top users that we see here.
One would guess that it'd be the high school, a grade school, and.
And I'm not really in a position to answer that definitively today. How, there's a provision in the Public Records Act that includes an exception for utility customers. Certainly, the public records request to those agencies, as opposed to the utility provider, would elicit information. And, Public Records Act exemptions, are not mandatory, but and you don't have the same privacy implications with a public agency that you would with a private user. So the answer may be yes, it could be disclosed, but I wouldn't want to try to
But not
answer
here
it
and
definitively
not
today
now.
without looking at it a little bit more carefully.
Okay.
Well,
All right. Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that in mind, can we conclude item 6A, unless, maybe, Director, any other comments from the directors? Good, let's conclude 6A. 6B, are there any ad hoc or committee reports? Director Rice? Yeah, good.
I attended the California Coastal Commission meeting in Ventura on July 10th to make a public comment about the progress we've made on our project, and complimented the community on the amount of water savings, which seemed to be quite impressive to most of the commissioners, if not the Coastal Commission staff, who already probably is quite aware of how much water we're already saving. You can view that part. I was the first public commenter on July 10th. You can view that. I tried to download it, but for some reason my internet connection here in lovely Cambria is not always the most reliable. So I wasn't able to download it because I was going to download it and put that snippet up for people to easily spot. But you can go to the California Coastal Commission website to view that and the response, because Dr. Lester did have a response about the Cambria project, and I urge you to go and check it out. I think it was a valuable visit with the Coastal Commission, even though it was just a public comment update. I think they appreciated the information.
Thank you. Anybody else? Maybe, I don't think this is against the Brown Act, but it's an opportunity, I think, to let my fellow board members know that several months ago, Mr. Gruber and I met with Clyde Warren and Jan Padoti and discussed their situation as far as their well levels, et cetera. One of the things that Jan requested is that on this Cambria Community Services well levels, there's comment about nothing coming out of SR1 and SR3. One of his wells hasn't been read for a long time, and he mentioned that the measurement port that he sealed by the owner really is something that was just that we could open and do measurements for. So I'd like to direct the general manager to measure that and provide that information to him on a regular basis. I also met with 3 other ranchers up Santa Rosa Creek Road, and they were discussing various options they have. It should be noted that they never run their wells more than about 8 hours. They just don't do it. It's just not something they do. And they don't know what kind of volume they could put into Santa Rosa Creek if they did run it for 24 hours. Thank you very much. The 3 ranchers I talked to didn't. And so I just want to let people know that I had at least had some outreach. Also, we had a meeting a couple of days ago with Lois Cap's representative Greg Haas and Bruce Gibson. Bruce was trying to get a better understanding of our project. They both reiterated the fact that if we're in an emergency situation, we need to do what we need to do. And they're backing us up as much as possible, and you know, will provide support as much as they can. So that I just want to let people know that that was going on. Other than that, we can move on. Let's move on to the consent agenda.
I have one correction. It's a minor one on the minutes. So I don't know if we need to pull it or if we can just make the correction.
Yeah.
So this is for the Tuesday, June 17th meeting minutes on page 26 in my agenda packet. I was not present at that meeting. I was in spirit. I did provide lots of comments even though I wasn't here, by written comments. And I appreciate very much President Beringer going through those questions that I had on the budget, because it did help me when I watched the meeting and be prepared for the, so thank you for doing that. But I just want to make sure the minutes reflect correctly that I actually wasn't there on that date.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
I second it.
I will vote on the deal, but I want to abstain on the June 26th because I wasn't at that meeting.
Okay. With the provision of an abstention on that section by Mr. Clift, it's been moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Are we,
We have about, we probably estimate 4/5 of them counted. There's still a stack in another box, so we're pretty.
So should we just move on to the next item? And
Yeah, I would move on to 9A and then
9A.
discuss it, and then probably take a recess and get some coffee and stretch our legs, and
Okay.
and probably want to finish, the process today if it looks like we can in a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to adjourning and coming back. Yeah.
7C? Yeah, we already did that. That was consent agenda. Okay, so moving on to item 9A.
Thank you, President Thompson and board members. Just really quick, we're collecting about $220-something, $225 a day. I'd like to thank Director Rice for, if I can find it, her calculations. Did everybody get a copy of that? Heck, it's in my pile somewhere here. I'll find it. But anyway, we've collected about, I'll get you a copy, Kathy. We've collected about $4,300 so far. And this was the board's direction to bring this back. And so far, as of what did I say, July 15th, we've used a total of 6.96 acre feet. And I've kind of changed my position on this. Originally, and I'll let the board deliberate it, but I do share some of the concerns that have been talked about with the community. I still believe it represents a savings as far as outdoor irrigation, but I do acknowledge it also as a resource. So it's a very brief staff report. I again appreciate the detailed analysis, and with that, I'll just turn it back over to the board, and thank you.
Would the board be pleased with public comment first, so that it gives us some guidance? And as a point of order, I guess, what I've done over the last several weeks is spend on at least 4 or 5 occasions an hour at the filling station. And I asked people what they thought. And I got a very wide range of opinions on what people want. And so my 4 hours of experience might be skewed because I was talking to people that use it. And there aren't other people. So, but I do have 3 slips on people wishing to speak. And first, we have Tina Dickinson, followed by Elaine Merlemanstein.
So this is the item on SR1, is it not? Okay.
Yes.
I would like to read a letter to you, Board, dating, it was dated Thursday, June 12th, from David Lecaro to Jerry Gruber, and it was CC'd to Bob Greshams and Chris Adair of the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Hello, Jerry. I just wanted to inform you that we have been receiving complaint calls and concerns for the pumping of the SR well that is down gradient from the Chevron gas station in Paren MTBE site. It is my understanding that CCSD staff is currently pumping these wells for non-potable water use within the community. If so, we offer the following information. Chevron is currently developing a fate and transport model to better determine the potential of MTB migration, creating a larger plume, which would be located under many homes in the Burton Street area. The homeowners have been explained that if the plume further migrates under their homes, that the property values would decline and litigation would be possible. In addition, if the CCSD continues to pump the SR wells and they demonstrate concentrations of MTBE, then the Water Board staff would require the ceasing of pumping from those affected wells. That being said, we recommend that you eliminate pumping activities from the SR wells that have a higher potential to mobilize MTBE until the Chevron fate and transport model is complete, which I understand is around September, from Chris Adair. I realize that pumping of SR wells will allow additional benefit in serving the community. However, we are concerned that the continued pumping may trigger problematic circumstances for the CCSD. And if you have questions, contact David Lecaro. I don't know if the board was aware of this letter, but why are we pumping SR1? This test that they're talking about from the Water Board is not going to be complete until September sometime, and get the results early October. So can somebody please tell me why we have reports showing the SR1 and SR3 are shut down, and yet we are pumping, and I have one well report that shows where it's listed on the well production report of 0. That was the first one, April. Now you can't even find that on the website. Can somebody please explain to me that if we have no issues with SR1, but the Water Board has asked that you eliminate or cease pumping, why is the pumping continuing? Question. It's not public comment.
Right, correct. Is Mr. Gressens still?
I
would think the general manager would be aware of this. It was addressed to him.
I can answer it.
Please do.
So that correspondence was from Dave Lecaro, and it was a recommendation. It wasn't an order. And I think at that point in time, and I can't speak for Mr. Lecaro, but he did not realize the urgency of the whole water situation here. Since then, we've done a better job in explaining it to him. So he did receive phone calls, but as I indicated earlier, there's once those wells are put through the Filtronics plant, we're going to need to run those. We've talked about the WBE well dropping below 3 feet. We're talking about the possibility of not being able to run those. Now we're talking about concerns relating to this, and this only, I think, supports the need for alternative water supply project more than ever. So it's a, but I did get it. I don't know if I passed down to the board. I probably did. I usually pass most everything onto the board, but that's the information I can provide.
I had one more minute.
Please, go for it.
So Chris Adair from the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, in a March 20th letter to Mr. Pessler at the Chevron company, is denying a closure request because of this the threat, possible low threat of groundwater, of the contamination of MTBE. So I've spoken to Lecaro and Mr. Adair this past week, and it's apparent there's a letter to the CCSD from the Burton Drive property owners who are, it sounds like, possible threat of litigation, and I think that was the warning from Mr. Lecaro. If the board has not received these documents, I received them in the mail anonymously. So someone's trying to alert somebody in the community that this is pretty serious. I think that the staff needs to take it very seriously and then certainly inform the board if you haven't been informed of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Merlemanson, and then Elizabeth Bettenhausen. Elaine's not here? It's been a long meeting. She's here? Okay. Elizabeth is here, yeah. Great, thank you.
Thank you for letting me know that I'm here. I was beginning to wonder, actually. I want to clarify just one thing, and I will certainly, Mr. President, send you the review I just did for the ISM&D, which you're aware of. I hope that you'll read through it, sir, before the 4th of August, because the meaning of brackish water is not as self-evident as you would like to have it believe, as you would like to believe. It is much more complicated than simply having vague seawater. Seawater is a component of what 9P7 will pull up. Okay? The Chevron, there's no mystery here. You can go to the website of Regional Water Control Board and you can look there. The Chevron stuff is wide open. It has not been closed down, or as we say these days, there's no closure yet on it, okay? This is a big issue. It's called contamination of your drinking water. The next thing I'd like to ask here, if you have an income of $225 a day, it could be that the people who are taking the water from SR1 and selling it are getting an excellent return. And if you're only investing $225, but you're helping people get that kind of a financial return, maybe the banks will treat you better. I think using non-potable water from potable water sources is a bit iffy. I know the filtration, I mentioned that before, it's not done yet. And maybe we'll get it in 2 weeks or a month. And maybe actually the WBE level well is not affected by what we take out of SR1 and SR3. Maybe it is, maybe the tides, I certainly know the tides affect WBE, but now we've got new moon coming up in 2 days. And therefore, it shouldn't have gone down to 2-point-something feet. It should have gone up in WBE. You see, even though we have a drought, and even though we have an emergency, and even though we now have, we hear today, an urgency, that doesn't mean we ought to do anything that strikes our fancy every half hour before we do some serious analysis. And friends, if you want to do serious analysis before August 4th, the next meeting, go to the CCSD website and read Title 22, the engineering report for the emergency water treatment plant that you all want to put in, and read the initial study of mitigated negative declaration in addition to the project description. And you will find one of the most marvelous ways of putting things that you aren't sure about is saying maybe and unknown. And I started counting, but I quit. Maybe this will work. It's unknown what its effects will be. Friends, turn off SR1 until we know for, sure, I was going to say something else, until we know for sure that even now it's used, people telling me their fish are dying because they are using that water for fish ponds. SR1. I can babble because I don't have the numbers from you. I don't have them. And I'm public.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Webb, please. Jim Webb? Yeah. That's the last sheet of.
Good afternoon, Jim Webb. I'm concerned about the level of water in the Windsor Bridge monitoring well, and I think it's logical to assume that SR1 being directly upstream from that well could impact that well more directly than other wells such as SR4, which is miles and miles away. So it seems to me to be a cautious approach to try not to distribute potentially potable water out of SR1 when we might need it for drinking water in the near future, and when it will also hasten the day that we might meet even this new lowered level for the Windsor Bridge monitoring well. So that's my 2 cents worth. Also, this is the same board that was concerned about the town dying and creating local jobs and all of this, and I would just encourage you to consider that we have had a judgment already made that we owe Clyde Warren 182 or 87 acre feet a year of non-potable water every year, which he can then use to irrigate if he wants. Well, I would assume he could probably also refill our non-potable water tanks with some of that water, which we do have to deliver to him, and which we could then distribute at the rodeo grounds as opposed to using our potential drinking water for that purpose. And Tim Windsor delivers it, and frankly, Tim Windsor and Clyde Warren are about as local as it gets. And if I did the math right, we've used 6.9 acre feet of water from SR1, which times 325,000 gallons per acre foot is 2,242,000 gallons of water, which at a penny a gallon, which is what we're asking people to donate, would be $22,425. And did I understand correctly that the total revenue collected has been $4,300? So we appear to be missing 18,125 potential revenue dollars for whatever reason. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it's because we just started asking for donations a short time ago. But I do think at the very least we do need to charge or encourage donations for that water, and I think it would make a lot more sense to get that water from Clyde Warren, have Tim Windsor truck it over there, fill up those non-potable tanks, and stop pumping SR1 in case we need it later in the year. Thank you.
I kind of like that suggestion, but I bring it back to the board. Anybody have some comments they want to? We'll start with Director Rice and then, make a motion.
We could make it in unison, we talked about it, but you go ahead.
I move the CCSD discontinue supplying non-potable water from well SR1 or any other CCSD well until the board removes the Stage 3 drought emergency.
I second it.
Discussion? Well, I don't like that. I like Jim's, I like Jim Webb's idea, frankly. Maybe it accomplishes the same thing. But I see a lot of people, when I spent some time down there, spent a lot of time down there, and it's not just the people that are selling it, the people that are getting 500 gallons to do their own garden is, I think is good. And a lot of people don't go down there with 500-gallon tanks. They go down there with 5-gallon buckets. You'd be shocked at how many people have 5-gallon buckets, maybe 5 or 6 or 7 of them in the back of their. Yeah. Well, I say there are a lot of people that do take. I know big trucks are there. And last time when we were discussing this, when we couldn't change the rate structure in a short amount of time. We just wanted to put some kind of policy out. I think it was reacted extremely quickly. Within a few days, the guidelines were out there, and people weren't necessarily complaining about the guidelines. And when I'd ask somebody, what would you do if we just stopped allowing water there, I got a range of people discussing it. And the commercial guys probably would just go to Tim Windsor and pay 3 cents a gallon and buy it from him. So the 500 gallons a day, if we struck it at that, would get rid of a lot of the people taking a lot of free water. But for the person that drives up in the back of a Beetle and puts 10 gallons in their car, I'd like to be able to have them save a heritage tree or maybe a small garden. I think people should be able to have that. I think it's a quality of life, even in an emergency drought period. other people, rather than just jump on this right away, I think we should consider other things. I know that some people would say, well, look, I'm using 3 units. I should be able to use 5 units. Why tell me what I'm doing with my water? If I'm a low water user, let me turn on the tap and maybe keep a small garden alive. And they'd be using potable water. They could actually grow tomatoes. And I think that'd be good too. So having a provision, if we don't do it now, the first and second, and we can get a vote on it, but I think without some kind of a backup plan, we are doing a disservice to the low water users that are just trying to keep a tomato alive. And so that's part of the discussion, and I'm open for all of the other suggestions, though.
I use it too. In fact, if you look out in the parking lot, my pickup truck has a 100-gallon tank in the back of it. Let me get this closer. I use it too, and I go down there once or twice a week, and I have a 100-gallon tank in the back of my pickup truck, and I provide water for myself and 2 neighbors. I don't charge them anything, and I pay my $1 each time I fill it up. You can look at the thing and see my name on there and the payment. I also talk to a lot of these people, and I talk to some of the commercial people and ask them how many accounts they have and what's their feelings on it. And one of the things that I seem to hear is that a lot of them indicate that people are understanding that water costs money and that they're turning off their automatic systems and paying a lot of extra money to have water delivered. That's an interesting exercise in education of people, that it's just not automatic, that your automatic sprinkling system can just operate. My next door neighbor, who was 2 people using 10 to 12 units a billing period, didn't even think about the fact that he had an automatic watering going on, and when he shut it down, he's down to I think he said 5 units last billing period. So I have mixed feelings, because I also, yes, I see the trucks pulling up with 2 225-gallon, the tote type plastic stackable tanks in a trailer. And so that's 450 gallons. You know, it's probably more than what we should be dealing with. But when you also run the numbers, whether we can afford to have someone out there or shut down the times that it's used or things. But if we're getting back to the concept of it's going to be used for potable water here later on, you know, I can live with either way you go. Yeah, I mean, myself and my neighbors, you know, we'll go out to Warren, or we'll go.
You can actually probably go to San Simeon, because they have got their permits for the recycled water.
I wasn't going to tell you about San Simeon. Because San Simeon has a lot of recycled water available, so we can go up there. So I have the one thing that I do feel a little bit of problem for is, like I say, there are people that come out there. And I saw a lady the other day with probably 15 1-gallon bottles, filling them up and filling her trunk up with that. Now, obviously, she wasn't taking that out and selling it to someone else. She was just doing her own thing. So, mixed feelings. I'll go whichever way the board wants to go, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Director Thompson hasn't had weighed in yet.
Yeah, I think that obviously there has to be some change to what we're doing, and however, before I could support the motion, I think we need to have another thought in terms of what we're going to do from here. I think we can't just shut it off and tell the people to forget taking care of their plants and things that are important to them. Frankly, I like Jim Webb's suggestion. It may cost us a bit more, But I think we owe it to the people of this community to also be considerate of the things that are of value to them. And so I'd like to see, to do this and then have a little bit more to offer the folks that are there. I'd also like to think that I know we can't have a body there to monitor the situation, but I think we need to limit the amount of water that folks can take out of there.
Could I offer a friendly suggestion, or amendment that says that there's no taking of water from SR1 once we have SR3 online and we start treating the water? It would give everyone in the community a couple of weeks to figure out how they're going to do it. It would give the vendors the ability to start, finding alternate sources of water. And I think one of the things we might want to consider, because I heard it more than once, the low users. If you take a look at our well levels, we have above average well level in San Simeon. Our well levels are SR4. We still have a fair amount of water, and maybe by opening up the spigot ever so slightly, where a low water user can use some of the water as they see fit. Because I bet you this lady that fills up the 1 gallon bucket, she's probably down to two units or something. But senior people like myself, we tend, if a rule is out there, we're going to abide by the rule. And your neighbor also helps you abide by the rules. But still, I think we should consider, and we have another meeting in August, just a few weeks away, to perhaps with the friendly amendment we can address and actually get feedback from people. Would they be willing, do they think it's wise to let some people, especially the low water users, use water for their garden?
There's another issue too that I'd like to bring up here. It is shut off today, right?
Correct, and that's because of the WBE well dropping below 3 feet, and that permit is relative to SR4, SR1, and SR3.
Well, I would propose that we leave it shut off for a few days to see, is it affecting WBE well? Because if that's shut off and the WEB well comes right back, that would be an indicator that using that well is affecting that well. If we shut it off for 3 or 4 days and WBE well continues to decline, then there would be maybe an indication that that's not the effect of the thing. So I could see us, for that purpose alone, shutting it off for a week or so to see what, or shutting it off until 3 comes online.
Well, we have a motion and a second, and the second motioner would like to weigh in.
Thank you. I think everything we're talking about here today it certainly reflects my concerns too. Seconding the motion to not use then SR1 for the non-potable watering, and some of the things and some of the many people here have brought to our attention, and we know the really large trucks. We've been worried about people coming from out of town, but I have also the same concern and the interest in making sure that people that are just taking, sometimes I had talked about this before, we had a lady that actually, I don't know, somehow I got the email, was just trying to get in line with her small little gallons to get some water and just couldn't even move in amongst the trucks to even get the water. So what do we do there for people that do have just small tanks, and they are actually literally picking it up to take care of what landscaping they hold in highest value? They're going there to get the water because those are the rules we've set up. But I like your idea, first of all, that we take a breath on it and turn it off, maybe effective now, to also take a look at the impact on that monitoring well. I think that's a good idea. Then there's the other part, and it's just for people to think about, and that is I give our community always and continued credit for the absolutely extreme water savings that everyone has been living with. We all have been given a water budget. Most everyone is living within the water budget with the 50 gallons a day. Many of us are surprised at actually how low we have been able to reduce those units. So somewhere in the not too far future, I would like to bring back to the board and actually discuss this idea that we've heard before again too, and that is, I'm on a water budget, I have my budget allocation. I have 8 units or 4 units or whatever to use, and I've only used, say, 3 out of 8. I'd like to have the choice to then put some of my water on the landscaping I want to, as long as I do not exceed what I am now required to live within. So that's a second motion some other time, but it certainly would help people that are struggling to find that water to put on their yards that are not paying someone to come in.
What if we left it off until our next board meeting on August 4th?
Could they turn it off in the meantime?
And review it again.
What if we turn it off until August 4th so you can get your information?
It's turned off now.
It's off now.
Well, the well is
Okay.
turned off, but the tanks are full.
The tanks are probably empty now, because the tanks aren't that big of a capacity,
Right.
so when you turn the well off, it's just going to be a matter of, you know, they were halfway down mid-morning, so I'm probably
probably
sure by
gone.
now they're empty.
Okay.
And there's a sign out there that says,
Okay, I think that's a good thing, and we're meeting only in about a week.
Yeah,
August
just leave
4th is
them
very
off.
soon. And in the meantime, could we direct staff to see if Windsor and Warren would be willing to provide that water to us, because
And the only
they're
thing that I-
tickled as pink that we aren't.
and I can include that in my staff report, but you have to understand, if you calculate the volume of water that's being used out there, and where Tim's water gets really expensive is in the trucking fees.
Right.
And if Courtney can hear me, I think it was, you know, $200 a load or something like that. So where it's really going to hit you, and I can come back with those calculations, where it's really going to hit you is to keep up with the demand over there to have water trucked in, although it sounds like, I mean, I think it's a great idea.
Are you thinking we want water brought here?
That's what I thought I understood.
I wasn't thinking that. I wanted people
What were
to
you
go to
thinking?
San Simeon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
not
what's going to
bringing
happen
water in.
is the cost is going to go, it's going to be astronomical, because just when the demand was not that large, and we were doing it over by the skate park, and Windsor was hauling it over to there, you know, we spent a fair share of money. So to have them trucked in.
We're not, I don't think we're asking
Okay,
for
maybe
that.
we aren't.
Well, that
Well,
was-
I was thinking that maybe
Yeah.
that's not the case.
Yeah, so
Jim was
I
thinking-
wouldn't support that.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
Now-
yes, that's what we're talking about.
Since that's the subject, I got a lot of calls
No,
from
this-
people.
I did too.
And one person who has been doing this for 20 years said, why did you turn off that fill station across from Windsor's, the free stuff that we used to give, you know, that, where we had the black hose, the well that was by the
Yeah,
sewer plant?
that's 9P7, so in
Yeah, why-
that environmental audit that I did, you know, and one of the things, it's kind of like an urban legend. It evolved over time. You know, somebody used the word way back, you know, 2 or 3 utility managers ago of reclaimed water, and it was brought to our attention that it's really not reclaimed water, because it's not Title 22 water, it's not tertiary water. So then we started splitting hairs about, well, it goes into the ground and it's treated through the filter and everything like that. And actually Dave Licaro is the one that brought it to our attention. And so to be able to distribute reclaimed water, for an example, when people are talking about San Simeon, their permit has to specifically say that you can bring that water that is truly reclaimed water, tertiary treated water, Title 22, out of the boundaries of your jurisdiction. So before, you know, I'd call San Simeon before, but I think that the way their permit was issued to them, I'm pretty sure on this, that it probably limits it to the scope of their immediate area. And then there's also training that's required, and it's not extensive training, but when you go to collect Title 22 water, reclaimed water, tertiary treated water, you have to go through a brief training, 20, 30 minutes, on how to apply that. So I know, but so the 9P7 water, just by the fact that our wastewater, the effluent is only secondary, is not, there's been a lot of conversation about, well, why don't we just, reclaim this? Our water is not reclaimed water. It's not Title 22 water. It is secondary treated water. So we don't even filter it. So that's why I put the nix on the 9P7, because it's really putting us in a situation. And I know folks used it for a lot of years, and I'm sympathetic of that. But to go up there and get it hauled and yeah, it's just can't do that.
I've been using it. Right, yeah, I understand that.
We don't have a permit for that well. Is that the problem?
It's not, when you intermix, this is a good conversation. When you intermix the word reclaimed water, that's Title 22 water. That's tertiary treated water, and 9P7 is not tertiary treated water.
Okay. With that said,
I just want to,
the maker of the motion, Director Rice.
so I just want to be clear about my intention behind this motion is that I believe the board is responsible to behave responsibly. Redundant, sorry, Chico State. I want us to be able to support the general manager in doing his job and using his judgment and his expertise and his experience in managing the resource. That's the day-to-day. That's what he needs to be doing. The policy here that I'm trying to get at is whether or not we should be providing water that could be, will be eventually, probably treated through the Filtronics plant. And we are also setting a policy that sets an overall tone in the district that says that our water resources are going to be managed effectively. We don't know how this making use of this water makes it more difficult or easier for them to manage our two basins and the water that we pull from each one. We as a board are responsible. This is part of what we have to do. We have to provide the resources to implement any policy that we want to have. Turning that thing off doesn't cost us anything, does not cost the district anything. So there is no resource that needs to be provided to staff in order to implement this policy. If we were to implement a different policy or continue with the current situation, we would have to figure out how are we going to provide the resources to staff to do the job that we've asked them to do based on a policy that we are asking them to implement. So this is about whether or not I would love to see this board, if what this board wants to do, if we want to make sure that folks have water available to provide for their landscaping, then we need to make sure that we recognize we also have to provide the resources for doing that. And if we're not doing that, then we're not giving the general manager the tools he needs to do the job of actually the day-to-day of managing our water resource. So that's why I made this particular motion. It does not force us to find a way to bring resources together to make sure that that policy gets implemented. This policy could be implemented with no additional resources. In fact, it would probably pull away some of the resources that are currently being consumed by providing that water.
I agree. And if I could, what was I going to say? Let's see here. I forgot about it. Anyway, it left me. So you're saying that the motion as stated and seconded is what is the policy we want to have until the 4th, or are we going to, on the 4th,
I think we should vote on the
some
motion
policy?
that we have here, and then if we need to do a follow-up to add something to the agenda on the 4th, that would be on future agenda items, yes.
Right.
I mean, if this fails, then that would happen anyway, so, I mean, we
So
can vote on the,
So
and it would only be until the stage 3 drought emergency is lifted, because we have been giving rebates to folks for non-potable tanks. We want to be able to provide that.
Right.
We shouldn't be providing it to the detriment of our overall resource management, though.
Well, as the second to that, since we've had very good dialogue on this whole thing, since we made the motion, and we're very interested to find out about this other well, this monitoring well, and the impact it has when we come back August 4th. Would it be acceptable to you if we go ahead and make this an observation time where we have everything shut down on SR1, leave it shut down, come back on August 4th, see if that's had any impact on the monitoring well, and then decide how much further in the future we want to leave it off?
Well, the motion.
But if that covers it.
The motion itself is a continuing period of time. Whether we review it on the 4th or not is.
Right. As far as the motion goes, it would
I
shut it down.
mean,
period.
if it make it more friendly, if you include it in the motion, we will review it on the 4th.
Yeah.
But it's still a motion to stay.
I don't object to adding at the very end with review of the impacts at the August 4th meeting. Did you get that, Monique?
And then I would stand with that second.
Okay, with that said, why don't we do
Just one more comment on that. I think that's fine. I think, though, also we need to have, if we're going to revisit it on the 4th, we need to have some definitive other possibilities that we can offer out there. I think we can't just cut it off and say, see, I think we need to be able to provide folks in town with, okay, here are the other options for you to.
I agree with that. Those that want to go to, over to Windsor or wherever and have the trucks and the wherewithal to do it, that is great. But I do want us to look at then considering, what about that person that's pretty much not able to get out and do that, that wants to water a little bit of their landscaping that they value and have had for years? Going back to the water budget that everybody's on, or the water diet, I'd like to at least consider, is that an option for them or not?
Just one comment on the use of the allocation for a portion of it for outdoor irrigation. That would require then, going through the whole process in terms of modifying the restrictions, doing the notice, the public hearing, and so on. So it wouldn't be something that could be accomplished on the 4th. That would be a longer process.
And the 4th is so close to now, for it to be just as short as your report was for this particular item, General Manager, if you could make it very short, at least we can discuss it, and then another month, might be able to modify it.
And then in that report, I assumed that was the case with San Simeon. I'll call Charlie up there and find out. It may not be the case. The permit that was issued to them may allow for a more broader application, and so that may, so I'll include that as an alternative, and I'll check with folks up on San Simeon Creek, Clyde and Jan, and see if there's, so I'll come to you with some alternatives so the community has some alternatives as directed by Director Thompson. Suggested by
San Simeon may be able to do that until such time as they have their purple pipe system in.
Yeah.
Since they have no place to go with it now other than what people carry, they might have that ability.
And that's not only reclaimed water, that's treated to a 1 stage higher, or maybe even 2 stage higher than that. Yeah, it's permitted, so I'll check on that.
Okay, with that in mind, yes. Please comment, always.
I did send, and I'll send it to you, from Jan Padoti, and I've sent it to the Coastal Commission, clearly outlining what he can do for you for 4 months, and that would be 20 to 30 acre feet for 4 months.
Good.
So I mean, he's talked to you guys, and he's talked to the general manager, and he said 20 to 30 acre feet for 4 months. You can call him. I can send you the documentation. He's talked three times to the district staff.
Please send me that
I will.
documentation.
I definitely will.
I thought there was a big problem there.
No problem.
Please send me the documentation.
Yeah, I will.
I'd appreciate that. And also, on the same vein, earlier I said we had talked to Mr. Warren, and as you said, we're going to start measuring Jan Padoti's well, because we need to know that before we accept anything. But I now stated, but I do think that there's an email where I confirm the fact that, that Clyde's offer for drywall area for storage wasn't off the table, as far as I'm concerned. I'm just an individual, though. I'm not the whole board. But right now, we're focusing on what we need to do this year. So with that said, are we going to have a vote on this particular motion?
Yes.
So it's been moved and seconded as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. With that in mind, we now can go back to the public hearing, and as I understand, we're going to 8A, and we can reopen it for a short moment, and I need some legal advice. We are not complete. We're about halfway complete with counting the ballots. We know we are halfway, and we have, what was it, 360? 396. So it's highly unlikely that the numbers will change, but we do want to validate. We want to make sure that everybody has had their protest registered. My suggestion, if Mr. Hurst is in compliance, is that we would close the public hearing, notice a special meeting, let's say Monday at 9 a.m., and we'll have the meeting at the office, or we can teleconference the office, and have a vote on the issue, and move forward from there. Get the final result, the tallied results.
Well,
And-
couple things.
Yes, sir.
For one thing, let's turn to the district's guidelines on tabulation, because it's specifically addressed in there. Number 16, I'll just read it. If at the conclusion of the public hearing, the protest official determines that he or she will require additional time to tabulate the protests, he or she shall so advise the CCSD Board of Directors, which may continue the meeting to allow the tabulation to be completed on another day or days. If so, the CCSD Board shall declare the time and place of tabulation, which shall be conducted in a place where interested members of the public may observe the tabulation, and the Board shall declare the time at which the meeting shall be resumed to receive and act on the tabulation report of the protest official. So it's addressed in there, and certainly this meeting could be adjourned to a specific time and date. As you were just talking, and I was looking at the language and locating it, Jerry whispered to me, gee, can't we go and hold our closed sessions, adjourn to that, and then reconvene after that? That's a possibility, too. What I think we might want to do is get a report from the protest official and see what he thinks in terms of the amount of time it's going to take to complete the tabulation.
Excellent, because we do have to be out of here by 7. The Follies is coming in, but we could be over in the fireside room where the counting is being tabulated now. That's a suggestion. So we'll just keep everything open
They might want to stay and finish up
here
rather than go
go
home and come
someplace
back.
else and so on and so forth. So if they
Let's
can
see.
continue, well, let's get a report. In the meantime, we'll take a little break till 5, or 2 minutes to 5, because I'd like to, 360. Okay, I'd like to bring the meeting back to order, and we've come up with a solution. This board is going to adjourn to closed session.
Actually recess.
Well, no, we're going to recess. We're going to recess item 8A. Then we're going to go for our closed session, and we'll come back, and we'll go into the fireside room here. They assure us that they'll be done by 7 o'clock, and we'll hold a vote on the issue. Other than that,
I have a question,
Sure.
because we haven't had board discussion yet on the public hearing, and.
we'll have that there.
Is AGP going to be here or no?
I think, no. Well, I don't know. What do you think?
I-
Somebody have a cell phone or something?
This is just, I know this is I know this is kind of an awkward situation. I just want to make sure that people at home can, I mean, I do like to hear myself talk, but I also like to hear you guys talk, and I like to be able to watch it later so that I can understand what's going on.
The video people, they're going to be here? They're not going to stay here for that long. I don't want them to. Well,
Can we buy them dinner?
hey, AGP people. If we come back here at 7 o'clock, would you, well, we can't use this room, but could you have maybe one camera over here in the fireside room to record the discussion and vote? That's everything? How about a phone? Do you have a phone, maybe video phone?
She can video.
Pardon me? Yeah. Yes, this room has to be cleared out anyway. I didn't hear you.
Listen to
Okay, if you could do that, that'd be great. And now, how much are you going to charge us? You can take a dinner break.
Monica just, Monique can just do it on her cell phone.
I agree that Monique could do it on a cell phone, but nobody likes that. What's the consensus of the board? Hey, no, we already had public comment. Oh, on this issue? Great, hit it. Yes. Yeah, okay, there.
Oh, thank you, Jim. Please make a decision that will enable the people in this audience who have been here since 12:30 to get back here after you do your annual review of the general manager and the council, which I assume is going to take about 2 or 3 hours.
We'll make it only an hour and a half. We'll make it here by 7. We can always adjourn and not come to decisions in closed session. So I can assure you that we'll be here at 10 to 7. I can assure you that. We're going to adjourn until 10 to 7. We'll be in the fireside room. We'll allow somebody.
You are adjourning?
No,
until-
it should,
No, we're not
it should be
adjourning.
recessing.
We're recessing until 10 to 7, and we will end the recess at 10 to 7 in the fireside room to get a report from
Right.
the tabulation.
Good.
And at that tabulation, we will vote.
And on the next meeting of your board, you will then, not after your closed session, you will, at the next meeting, the regular meeting on the 4th Thursday, no, I guess it's now the 3rd Thursday of August, then you will tell us what decisions you reached in your closed session too? Because otherwise, you're going to have to come back and tell us when you come back at 10 to 7.
No, at 10 to 7, if we have reached, we'll give a report if there is one from closed session. But, no, well, we can report what we know from closed session. If there was a decision made at closed session, which there likely will not be, but if there is one, we could report on it if necessary.
We can certainly report on the closed session. I don't anticipate there will be reportable items, but certainly.
I agree.
Yeah.
But we will recess until 10 to 7. Bill? 10 to 7. We'll return at 10 to 7, and hopefully we conclude by 7 o'clock. In the dining room, yes, because the Follies has to be here at 7 anyway. We love the Follies. So we are now in recess to re-adjourn in the fireside room at 10 to 7 tonight.
But we're going to be going into closed session, though?
Yes.
In the interim?
Yes.
Right.
We are going into closed session in the interim at the office. Okay. I'm supposed to talk loud so I can get this on the, make sure we have this properly documented, and I feel that it's great that we're doing this. I hope it wasn't too expensive to have AGP video here, but I think that we have a lot of interested folks. we are going to reconvene or come out of recess. We're reconvening. We've already closed. We're reconvening. And now we need to receive a report from the protest official on the results of Proposition 218 water rate increase protests. And by the way, here's a fella, Anthony, who, are you volunteering? Anyway, Anthony's here, and he's done an excellent job, and he's spent the last 5 hours very meticulously going through, and I would be very interested in hearing his report.
And Anthony is the city clerk for the city of San Luis Obispo. Again, Anthony, thank you so much. Thank you. You're welcome.
Can I see that?
So, the report is that we have 15 statements of support. We have 73 duplicates. We had 62 that were counted as invalid. There were 32 that were determined, that could not be determined at this time, but we're counting towards the protest for a total of 800 valid protests.
Thank you very much.
You said 62 were invalid, and what constitutes invalid?
There were many that were photocopy signatures, so they were not original signatures. They were, what were those APMs that are?
There was APMs that were on the wait list, so they're not eligible to protest, and then there was also some that are not account holders, so they're also not able to protest.
So there were people on the wait list that protested.
See, there you go.
How many protests were there?
There's a total of 800 valid protests.
800 valid.
And that's including the 32 that we couldn't determine.
Well, thank you very much. So we received the report. Now let me,
Sorry, I just need this stuff out of the file. Here you go. Here you go.
Okay, now we're going to consider to adopt the resolution, but before that, I'd like to make a personal statement. I think that there are, of the 800 potentially valid protests, to me, it sends a strong signal that people there are a lot of people that are sincerely against this proposition, and I understand that. And I think it's more than that. I think there's other people, many other people in town, that are continuing to be confused or not supportive of this project. We are going to be, what we're making a decision today is the maximum amount we could spend if and when we implement this project. And my hope would be to try and get people to be more, those that are sitting on the fence or might have been misled, continue to get more information. I think it's responsible for us to give accurate information out. As we get more and more accurate information out, it's our responsibility to do a better job of that. And I think we can all get behind a project. But that's not what we're doing here. Is we're saying this is the maximum amount we could charge, and we have enough ratepayers that are willing to do so to get some water insurance, especially during this particular time. So we're considering to adopt a resolution, and I'm open for we do have one person did want to make a thank you for her. Anyway, Tina would like to make a brief statement.
Everyone has gone home by now, but to those folks who worked so hard and so diligently and cared about this so much, to give an opportunity to the community to have a voice in what they believed was the right thing to do, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. This has been a difficult time. It's been grueling, and there are a number of you here. I'd like to thank you all personally, but each one. But I just would like to say there was a group of just a grassroots volunteers. We had 2 weeks from the date this was sent out to today. And if we'd had more time, but I was in Europe and there was no one else kind of wanting to take it on. But I want to thank you so much. And my hope is that from the comments that the CSD heard today, and from our voices with our protests, that they will understand that we're not with them on this project. If it was another project where we had a voice, I think it would be a very different case, and we could be supporting the CSD. So thank you for allowing me to have those comments, and I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart once more. Thank you.
Thanks,
Tina.
Thanks, Tina. Very, very hard work, and I appreciate it, actually. Do we have a motion
To accept?
to adopt resolution? Is that what you do? Adopt resolution,
32-214.
32-214.
yeah.
Yes. I move that we adopt Resolution 322014.
So it's been moved and seconded.
Discussion?
If you have a discussion, please feel free.
In the resolution, it says that we adopt the surcharges effective September 1st. That means that we would be on the bill that comes out that's September, October. Manager Gruber?
Yes.
Is that those charges would be applied September, October, but only if we get a loan by that time?
I would like to ask staff to help me out on this.
Yeah.
Well, the resolution allows you to implement the fees as of the September, October billing cycle. However, you are going to have a meeting on August 4th, where you're going to contemplate opportunities to enter into a installment sales contract, is technically what the debt will be called, and following that, an opportunity to let a contract with CDM Smith for the construction of this project. If those things do not succeed, obviously there'll be a question about whether or not you want the rates to go into place, since the rates are intended to support the project that you're going to contemplate on August 4th.
So if this action is taken today, pretty much automatically the maximum rate that was contemplated in the rate study is what would go into place automatically September 1st without further action from the board to essentially rescind or reduce that amount?
Correct.
Okay, and then I'd like to, we can take a vote on this, but I would like to, based on the fact that there are, I would say a significant number, even though it wasn't a majority, of folks that are concerned about this project, that perhaps the suggestion that was brought forward by another member of the public about having a peer review panel, maybe we could direct staff into looking into what that might mean so that we could provide better information, provide some reassurance from an independent group of professionals about this project. Clearly, once we get the ISMND in front of us with the responses,
That's an interesting discussion, and I think that we should, not as part of this, but I think that's something that we can talk about, right?
Well,
No, wait. Yeah.
You know, it certainly is going to be on the agenda for the April 4th meeting.
okay.
August 4th.
August 4th, I'm sorry. You know, there will be an item to consider the design build contract, as well as the financing, as was mentioned. So perhaps that would be more in order at that meeting.
Right, and conditions can be, that kind of stuff. Okay, excellent. And it's my understanding also that this action is critical for us to be able to get reasonable bids on financing, and now that the lenders now know that they may be able to recoup their costs, we could move forward. With that, so we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 32014. The motion was made by Vice President Robinette, and I think it would be reasonable for a roll call vote.
I'm sorry, just one further question.
One further
I just
question.
want to make sure that I understand. So that we will have another point at which to make the decision about whether or not to accept the debt once we get an offer of whatever it is that's going to be.
The debt proposal will be brought forward to you on August 4th.
Okay.
And you'll have an
Thank you.
opportunity to review it publicly at that time.
Thank you, that helps. That helps me with what I need to do.
Seconded was Merle, Mr. Director Clifton.
Thank you for your answers, staff, to all of you. Appreciate that.
Yes, please.
Vice President Robinette?
Yes?
Director Clift?
Yes.
Director Thompson?
Yes.
Director Rice?
Aye.
President Berger?
Yes. That concludes our meeting for today.
Future agenda items?
And there's nothing to report from closed
There's nothing to report from closed session. With that said,
We're at future agenda items?
future agenda items? Well, we already have August 4th pretty well set.
Right, I just want to make, can we either have consensus, or do you want me to make a motion? I really want to make sure we have a discussion about peer review, possibility of peer review.
Do you think you can get that on August 4th?
Is that
Well,
possible?
certainly, it's part of, the
I
discussion
don't
will
want
occur.
it to get lost in
I
the
understand.
shuffle.
So if you need to make a pen and ink change to the August 4th to make sure that there's a couple of words that talk about when we're considering the item, that peer review is one of the issues that we can talk about and maybe even make a decision on. I'm for that. Any other future agenda items?
Thank you, President Berenger.
Thank you very much for all of your efforts, and we hope we can get the communication out.